Howdy, folks. It's Friday. It's 9 p.m. Texas time. Welcome to the late shift. You're in the right place. Don't worry. Don't let the aliens scare you. You're in the right place. Man, I am excited about tonight's show. I can't wait to share some of this stuff with you guys. It's such cool stuff. Man, this is a deep topic, though, and we're going to dive into it. Let's see. Lots of people out there popping in the chat. Nice to see everybody out there. I want to say hello to all my folks in green. These are channel members. Thanks so much for being here. Thanks for being here early as well. It's good to see you all there. Bill, Cooley, Brant, nice to see you guys. Gray Man, good to see you out there. Gray Man, you were a little late compared to last week. Good to see you out there, though. Yeah, that's we're getting a few people coming in a little early. That's great. EOD, I see you out there as well. Good to have you guys out there. Smoking Ape. There was an ape sighting here. That was nice. Thanks for joining there, Ape. Frank, thanks for jumping in and sending your folks from your stream over as well. All right. Well, you feel free to lurk. And hey, look, this thing sometimes goes, well, consistently 4 hours, and we had one 5-hour night. So folks can come and go. That's just the way it is. What I try to do is pack everything into the first hour that kind of makes up the content that I want to make sure I get out there and get shared with you guys. And then we just see where the night takes us at that point. We see where everybody is in terms of topics, in terms of energy level, gusto, all that stuff. And then we just get after it. So let's see what else I've got here. A few housekeeping items before we jump into the program. Let's see here. A reminder, I will be streaming again on Sunday. So this is Sunday at 6. This is in the Tank Radio normal time slot. Again, this is in support of what Jason's doing, his 30 days of ham radio. He seems like a Superman, but he is human. And I think he realized pretty early he can't prepare a live stream in the same week that he's also, or in the same month that he's also creating a brand new video for every day of the month. So I'll be taking Tank's spot for a couple of more times this month. And in turn, Frank is taking Jason's spot, the Ham Radio 2.0 spot at 8 o'clock. All right, let's see what else we've got here. Oh, I think I hope everyone knows at this point, right? That is a fundraiser effort for the ARRL, for the Teachers Institute specifically. So Jason has a few targets out there that he's trying to hit. And, he's contributing based on how these targets go. So he's putting a video out every day. If he gets 10,000 views on any video, he's paying $100 for that video. So $100 will go to the Teachers Institute. So all you guys have to do is just watch them. And when it hits 10,000 views, he gets out the checkbook. He also is paying, I think, 10 cents per new subscriber. So a few different ways that he's contributing to the kitty. And then, of course, he's got a link out there, the ARRL.org/30 days will get you to a form where you can donate if that's something you're interested in. All right, let's see what else we've got going on here. Couple other items. Community list. If you're not on the community list, make sure you get yourself on the community list, right? This is how I stay in contact with people who are interested in the channel. So, I send out a newsletter every quarter or so, maybe a little more frequently. I've been sending out a reminder email before these streams and just giving everybody an idea of what's coming on the stream, what happened last week, so everybody can relive the fun from last week. And I also include a bunch of links in that email that include things like discount codes, right? So that's a good way to stay on top of all of my discount codes. And I've got some new ones I'm going to share with you guys tonight that I'm also pretty excited about. But yeah, get yourself on the community list. That's also how you get signed up for all the channel giveaways. So that's important for folks, I know. And then one more link I'll share with you guys is this one right here. This is my link tree, essentially, right? So bitsy/dr, that'll get you a whole bunch of other links, including merchandise, all that kind of stuff. You'll also find those discount codes out there. So speaking of discount codes, I've got a new partnership that I'm going to share with you guys tonight, and that is with the kind folks over at Smiley Antennas. So these guys, first of all, they're a US-based company. They make all of these different antennas, and they've got a bunch of them. I've got a few of them here that I'm playing with. I'm getting familiar with all their stuff. But they make all this stuff in the US, and it's a family-run business. And these guys are passionate about customer service. They're passionate about their products. So you guys really have to check these things out. I am just getting familiar with them myself, but I got to show you this. So, well, I got to show you a couple things. First of all, one of the antennas that I think is really cool, they have a Meshtastic antenna. Well, of course, that thing's green, so you're not going to see the case, but you can see it on the back. If you guys are looking for an improved 900 megahertz antenna, they've got one. So, and that thing is pretty cool looking as well, right? It's flexible. It's got a nice heavy coating on it. They have it in a couple different flavors. They can put a coating on it, clear down to the connector. Great little antenna. It's been, it's doing the job. I'm going to try to figure out a way to evaluate these compared to some of the, those kind of cheesy stock or bulk antennas is maybe a good way to put it, right? There's nothing bulk about these. These things are handmade. They're made by the team right there in California, and they're really slick. They also have another pretty cool feature. Many of them allow you to disconnect the antenna itself from the base. So this is the antenna, this is the base, and so you can change out the base, making it easy to change antennas for different devices. That's pretty slick as well. And they've got all the, different types of BNC and all of the things. But here's the other thing I wanted to show you guys that I thought was pretty cool. Here, let me switch over to this other camera here. See if you guys can see this. All right. So I've got my ID50 here, and I've got the stock Yaesu antenna. And let's turn this thing on. And I've got it on a local weather station. And you guys might be wondering, why can't I hear it? Well, I can't pick up the weather station here in my shack. I've got a metal roof, and my reception in the shack is really difficult. I've got this little 2-meter Stubby antenna. This thing, you guys, I think, have seen, everybody's got a Stubby antenna of a certain type. This one here is really pretty cool. Here, let me just swing this back over so you guys can see this. Right, so these are tuned antennas. They're designed with an impedance match for an HT. Right, so if you try to put this on something other than an HT, your SWR is probably going to be off, right? It's impedance matched for an HT. All right, I'm going to take this thing off. You guys can guess what's going to happen here, right? This is Mr. Ronco would be so proud of me here. Here, let's get this thing on here. There it is. Gotta love it. So easily better than the ICOM antenna. And look, I know everyone's going to go, you know, well, all manufacturers' rubber duck antennas are kind of that way. ICOM's antennas are usually a little bit better, I think, than some of the others, but I may be biased as well. But, you know, certainly a cool little antenna. All right. I'll be learning a lot more about that and about all their antennas and sharing all their antennas with you. I'm just so impressed with their story. I mean, these guys are, you know, I've had a number of email exchanges with Jamie there at the company, and man, you want to talk about somebody who's passionate about their business. You can feel it coming through email. Now, I've also got a 20% off, 20% off discount code, DR20, for anything there at Smiley Antennas. The catch is you get to use it once. So make sure you load up your cart with everything you want before you hit buy, because that 20% is a one-time use per customer code. And, you know, I got a 440 specific one. You know, my most active repeater in the area is my club repeater, and it's a 70 centimeter repeater. I've got that little Stubby. I've also got the tri-bander, right? This is, I think, it sounds like the perfect antenna for the D75, right? So depending on how you deploy it, how many sections, like if you have it fully deployed, it's 2 meter. If you, well, it says on the packet, if you have it fully extended, it's a quarter wave 2 meter. It's a 2 sections down. It's a 5/8 wave 440. You can put it all the way down and it's a quarter wave 440. But get this, if you have 4 sections down, it's a quarter wave 220. So if you've got a D74 or a D75, this sounds like the ticket. I can't wait to give that a try. I've just got my hands on these recently here, so I still haven't put them all on gear yet, but I'm pretty excited about those. All right, let's see what else we've got going on here. Who else is out there? Chris, good to see you, Chris. I like how you do the discount codes in the community list. Yeah, that's great. That's look, it's anything I can do to help you guys out. You know, in some cases it helps me out. Sometimes it helps the channel out. Sometimes it doesn't. The 20% off on Smiley, that's all to you guys. I don't get anything out of that. They did send me some antennas, but I'm going to give you guys honest reviews of it. And, you know, they practically said, you know, don't do a review unless you're going to do an honest review of it. So I respect that coming from those guys as well. But yeah, I like to put those out there, make them easy for you guys to find. Let's see that thing on the VNA. Yeah, that's, you know, we'll do that one of these nights here, Ape. We'll, and like I said, I think, you know, the thing that I want to make sure I respect whenever I do that is, you know, they were very clear, and they, you know, they say it on their website as well, that these things are impedance matched for an HT. So if you put a big ground plane under this thing, it's not going to perform in the same manner that if you just have it on an HT without some sort of special ground plane. So, all right, let's see what else we got here. Gray Man, what's up, Gray Man? Gray Man, you're using profane language. What's the matter, my man? Am I spending some money for you? All right, let's see. What do we got out here? Ken, nice to see you out there. Doc Brad, nice to see you out there. Yep, the late shift is here. We made it. It's Friday. All right, let's see what else we've got going on here. So I'm not even going to jump into too much this and that. I just want to dive right into the topic here because it's such a big, meaty topic. I do have just a couple of things. I talked about the new Smiley antenna gig there. Texas QSO party tomorrow. We've got some folks. We're going to go out and meet up in a park and do some QSO party from a POTA spot, right? Get a twofer type of action out there. So that'll be fun. Yeah, let's just jump into the good stuff. First of all, let's see. We've got a few folks out there. Anybody out there doing any satellite telemetry? I'm just kind of curious what the base of knowledge is that we're starting with out there. Look, I'm not an expert on this. I've went down the rabbit hole, and it's deep and it's really cool. There is a lot to learn here, and we're going to look at it from one angle tonight, and we'll see what you guys think of a topic like this. There are several paths you can take when you head down this telemetry pass. And here, let me just do a couple of things here real quick. Do a little housekeeping here. Okay, that looks good. I saw a squirrel there. I mentioned to you guys last week, I'm curious, I'm looking for some feedback. I mentioned to you guys that I was writing my own tool to put chat onto the stream. And you guys saw that in the opening scene there. I'm just curious how that looked to you guys, what you thought of it. Seemed to work okay from my side. But, again, just kind of looking for some feedback since this is something I'm building myself. So that's not a third-party tool or anything. So I'm kind of curious what you guys thought of that. Let's see. The only one I know is Dawn. Yeah, Dawn. I hope Dawn pops in at some point because I know he does do some of this telemetry stuff. And I know he's using the tiny ground station. That's one of the paths, at least, that he went down. That's one of them that I've got on my list, but it is not, it's not something I've jumped into yet. So certainly appreciate his perspective on that. Hopefully he'll be able to join us. All right. Well, let's go ahead and get started here a little bit then. All right. So I'm going to try to walk through some slides here, right? There's a lot of information here. So I did a few slides to hopefully keep me on track so I don't forget important things. Hey, Arnie, welcome. Good to see you, buddy. And also to make sure that I don't make a mistake in what I'm sharing. Like I said, there is a lot of information here, and I want to get it right. So why now, right? Why are we talking about this now? Well, I mean, it's a good topic just about any time, right? Anytime you start into something new, right? I don't think you need an excuse, but I think we've got a great opportunity right now where overnight, in the wee hours of the morning here in Texas, it was about 3:25 a.m. this morning. The first 2 of 5 new Japanese CubeSats were launched, and we got 5 satellites launched. All were successfully launched. All the initial verification, validation, whatever you want to call it, everything looks good this early so far. Knock on some wood here for us. But we've got 5 new satellites out there, and 4 of these satellites have a lot of really cool capabilities. And we talked a little bit about this last Sunday, so I'm kind of building on that. Hopefully you guys saw at least some of that stream. If you want to watch those deployments, and I encourage you, if you've never watched one of these JAXA deployment videos, they are a lot of fun. They do all kinds of wacky, zany stuff leading up to it. You know, they're at least an hour long, and you've got to create a lot of filler to make one of these things an hour long. And they do. I mean, but they do a good job with it. It's entertaining. It's fun. It's all closed caption, so you can follow along. You know, if you're not a Japanese speaker, don't be afraid of it. You can still watch it. You can still get something out of it. But they do a great job explaining how the satellites come to be, who built them, the types of capabilities they're going to have. And then toward the end of the stream, you get like this, you know, 2-minute view with a 10-second countdown at the end, and you see it spit out, you know, the 2 or 3 CubeSats that are part of that particular launch, and everybody stands up, claps, cheers, and then the stream's over. So I've got both of those links out here if anybody wants to find those, and I'll put all these things in the description as well to make it easy so you guys can get familiar with some of the stuff. It's pretty cool. But the point is we've got 4 brand new satellites that are full of new capabilities. All of them have telemetry at a minimum, but then they have other cool stuff as well. And so let's just look at some of it. Well, here's the 5 satellites. I guess I had these out here first, right? GHS-1, that's from a high school group there in Japan. You've got the rest of these here. I'm not going to read them to you, but all the first 4 actually have amateur radio capabilities. This last one, I don't know what the heck this one's all about. This is something in the Japanese culture I don't get. It's a comedian, I guess, who did some crowdfunding and got enough money to build and launch a satellite, but there's no radio capabilities. They engraved some messages on the carcass of the satellite, and there's some SD cards in there. I don't even know what it does. Here's what we care about, right? So here are the various services that are on each of these satellites. Oh, that's okay, Jimmy. We've got lots of time to make up for it. No problem at all. One of them is Sputnik. Is that what that said? Now, they're still using Sputnik as a protocol. Is that what they're talking about here? Oh, you're commenting on the picture I've got of a Sputnik satellite there. No, that's just a little image I put up there, 45. Come on. All right. Here's the cool stuff that these satellites can do. So if we look at the GHS-1, right, it's going to have a CW beacon, right? And it's going to put out battery and temperature information. We've got some other telemetry information that's going to be available via AX25. Some high-speed telemetry. I'm not sure what that's about. But then they also have this cool Digitalker capability where they can put messages, they can broadcast messages over FM from that satellite. So that's pretty cool, but you see several types of telemetry there. Dragonfly, it's got APRS, all right, store and forward messaging, okay, kind of astral email. Let's see what else we've got here. A beacon, another beacon with some basic telemetry, and then some other kind of operational details in telemetry. And you see each of these have a different mode, right? So you have to be able to deal with these different modes, right? But there's a lot of capability in these birds. Here's another CW one, some more AX25, some more high-speed telemetry. Let's see, that's a 9600 BPS, right? And I don't know what this experimental high-speed data one is. We'll learn more. Whenever these satellites come out, you get a certain amount of information, and then almost always there's a lot more to follow. So we have kind of limited information today, but there's a lot more to follow. We'll take a look, and I'll show you where you guys can find out more information about these as well. This RSP-03 is a pretty cool one. Star Symphony. So if you guys were on the Sunday stream, you heard this. This thing can take pictures of its surroundings, the stars and surroundings of the satellite. It then converts that into music, and then it's going to push that out via FM. It uses that same Digitalker technology, this broadcasting capability. And then you've got some more telemetry stuff. So a lot of cool stuff. I think it's the GHS-1. It's not immediately evident here, but this GHS-1, you can send your call sign in CW. It will put your call sign into a QSL card and SSTV your QSL card right back to you. That's pretty cool too. So we want to learn how to take advantage of all these different services, right? And the things that are always available first, right? The capabilities that are always available out of the gate are telemetry. A lot of times they'll hold back some of these other capabilities until they do all their checkout, make sure everything's operating the way it should. Sometimes they even, wait several weeks before they turn on some of these other capabilities. They're validating that the power systems are working, that, the batteries are getting charged the way that they're expecting, and all the rest of that stuff. So, but telemetry is always, some manner of telemetry is always available straight away. Okay, so that's why we're talking about telemetry now. All right. What do we got to do to get involved with this stuff? So, just some general facts. First of all, most of these things are a receive-only capability, or a receive-only type mode. You don't even need an amateur license to get involved with this, right? You don't even need a ticket to play. Okay? So that's the first thing to know. All of these are LEO birds. Okay? So they're going to be low Earth orbit satellites. The passes are going to be fairly short, right? 5 to 12 minutes. And they'd benefit certainly from some sort of tracking, either hand tracking or automated tracking, but it's not necessarily required. You can still capture some telemetry with your vertical 70 centimeter antenna. I've actually got a stationary antenna positioned. Now, we'll talk about this in detail. I've got a 70 centimeter Yagi pointing at a specific area of the sky. And we're going to try to catch some telemetry packets tonight. This is not tracking the satellite. I aim the satellite in the path so that we'll capture whatever we can capture, right? Maybe we'll get a minute, maybe not even a minute worth of packets if we're lucky, right? But it doesn't take a lot you don't have to capture a lot of data in order to decode these packets and still see what's out there. Okay. So we're going to give that a try later tonight. Coming out of the gate, so these are deployed by the ISS. These things will essentially stay on the same orbital path as the ISS for a few days, right? Now, it's going to depend. The smaller ones will probably stay on closer to that orbital path, more so than the larger ones, right? The larger ones will have a bit more drag, and they'll probably separate into their own orbits a little bit quicker. But the point is, when these things first get deployed, you use the TLEs for the ISS in order to find them, right? They're on their own frequencies, so you can point your antenna if you've got a Yagi or you're tracking the satellite. You point it at the ISS because it's pretty much in the same orbital path, but you're just listening on a different frequency. Those will eventually separate, and these will eventually get their own TLEs. They'll get their own orbital elements very soon. And, I've been checking all day just to see if, I'm going to check again right now. I'm going to check and see if ISS detector has those new elements yet. I'm always amazed at how quickly they turn these things around. All right, let's see. Nope, doesn't look like it. We'll look later on tonight, but we'll see if this gets updated. Yeah, I don't see any of them out there right now. Okay, but I did see TLEs posted in SatNOGS a little bit earlier today. So I didn't look to see if they are unique TLEs or if they just repost ISS TLEs. I'm not sure about that. All right. So that's some just general information. So what do you need? Well, you need some sort of receiver. Let me see here. I got to check my chat. Is my chat stuck, or did you guys all fall asleep on me? Could be a little bit of both. Okay, I refreshed my chat. You guys must have all fallen asleep on me. All right, I'm going to keep pushing through anyhow. All right, so you need some sort of receiver. You can use your 2 meter, 70 centimeter rig. However, I think this is a great application for an SDR. If you've been looking for an excuse, looking for some reason to pick up one of these little SDRs. Hey, Jeff, this is a great reason, right? These are fairly inexpensive. I like the nooelec stuff. It seems to be a little bit better quality. Well, let me change that statement. These seem to be genuine more frequently than the RTL SDRs, right? It seems like you're always hearing stories about those being counterfeit. All right. Nope, I haven't put you guys to sleep yet. Okay, good enough, good enough. So, the nooelec stuff is just a little bit more expensive. I mean, like, $5-6 more expensive, not that much more. But I've not seen, and I'll knock on wood again. I don't recall seeing any stories of these being counterfeit. Where the RTL-SDRs, I'm always seeing stories about those being counterfeit. But an air spy, I've got some others on there, right? Any type of SDR that's capable of the frequency range that you're trying to work in is going to work for this. Certainly if you have something like a 705, that's a great option as well, right? One of the benefits of this is of the SDR approach is, you've got that big waterfall in your PC, but you have that with like a 705. This is a whole lot cheaper than a 705, but if you have a 705, you can use a 705. The other benefit that you can use by using a PC-based SDR is you can pipe the audio that comes in from these directly into the software that will decode the telemetry. So it becomes kind of a one-stop or a one-step process as opposed to a multi-step process, right? We'll talk about that a little bit as well. Of course, you need some sort of antenna, right? The best is a circularly polarized Yagi. But if you've got something like a turnstile or an egg beater, that's a good option. I have to pull out my SatNOGS antenna and put it through these telemetry paces. I think it would be a great option if you guys, and I mean, that's a great kit. It's a fairly easy kit to build, but that just kind of adds to the flavor of what is really a big project to kind of put this thing together. It's not big. There's just a lot of aspects to it, and it will challenge you and test you in several different in several different areas, right? And we'll talk about some of that a little bit as well. Once you've got and like I said, of course, if you've got something that's got some gain that's directional, being able to set up something to do tracking is ideal, right? Either with a rotator, hand tracking, but you can still play with just a stationary vertical. Okay. Software, there's a lot of different software involved, and I call out gpredict here. I like to try to call out software that is cross-platform software, right? So that way I can stay out of the PC wars and let you choose what flavor you want to go. And so I always try to provide those options that are cross-platform. Let's see, Chris, I could put up an eggnog antenna. Yeah. And especially, if we go back and we take just a quick look here, everything we're talking about, except for, this guy right here, this APRS right here, these are all 70 centimeter frequencies. So certainly going with something small like that, SatNOGS is likely a really good option. Okay. I'm going to show you guys my configuration. I've got my stuff set up on a Linux machine, and I'm using SDR++, and I'm also using, let's see, did I not list it here? I didn't list it here. I'm also using something called GR Satellite. I know I list it later on because that's a big part of what we're going to talk about tonight. Let's see. I like the RTL-SDR as long as you buy it from some of the links they give you. Yeah. I'm just, you know, the nooelec, I never have to worry about it. So I've got an RTL-SDR. It's fine too. I've had really good luck with these, but and they also have a couple of different flavors of these. And I don't know if they have these same flavors with the RTL SDR, where they've got one that can provide bias power. So we'll talk about that too. All right. Let's go ahead and move along. All right, so let me talk a little bit here about some of these hardware options. So I've got some links here, and I'll put all these in the description for you guys as well. The nooelec that I've got in my hand is one that I've had for another project. I had a project where I was using this SDR connected to my Android phone as part of my linear satellite portable station. And so I just scavenged from that kit for this project, right? Now, if I was going to go buy this brand new, I would probably buy that second one on the list that can provide bias power, right? One of the things that can really help you out when you're trying to capture this telemetry is if you have a low noise amplifier, right? If you have an LNA. And nooelec has a NLA in their suite of products. They have something called the LANA, and it can accept bias power, and their SDR can provide the power that the LNA requires, right? That's convenient. Let's hope so. Now you can also, I think you can power that 3 different ways. Bias T is just one way, but that's a fairly inexpensive low noise amplifier. Now that is a wide band LNA, right? So, you know, a lot of times in satellite applications, you'll have a much more narrow LNA. But this is a wide band to actually cover most of the frequency range that the SDR supports, right? So that is, you know, up to like 6 gig. I think it's, you know, crazy amount of bandwidth that thing supports. Okay. Now, something else too. Now, these things can be really hard to find, at least ones that have a little case. Let me make this a little bigger so you guys can see this. So this is a bandpass filter for 433 megahertz, right? So this is just something to help clean up that signal when it's coming in. Let's see here. I saw somebody posted something. Chris, I bought a Lana like a year ago, wanting to set up something, but the list of things is long. Hey, yeah, there you go. Well, look, you've already got it then. So you've probably got everything that you need to start playing with some of this telemetry stuff. All right, let's see here. Okay, so let me, there it is. Okay. All right, so, you know, you can get away with not using this bandpass filter. Again, I had it, right? I stole it off of another project, so I'm taking advantage of it. these things, believe it or not, are kind of stupid expensive if you find one that is fully encased. I mean, these are like 60, $70. Now you can find some really dodgy looking ones, and I'm probably going to buy one just to compare. You can find some really cheesy, dodgy looking ones that are like $11, right? $15. Now, I've had this one for quite a while. I've used it in several different projects. Now, one of the things that can really separate these is this guy can handle 10 watts of power, where a lot of those real dodgy ones, and those dodgy ones don't usually have a case. They, you've got your SMA connectors, and then it's just kind of a board in between. Those are the ones that are usually like, $15, something, $10, $15. Those can usually take a 1 watt. So it doesn't take much of a mistake to cook those things. But, at $15, you can cook a lot of them before you get to $60, $70. So, but, yeah, if I was going to go buy one just for this project, I'd probably buy one of those cheap ones, because again, you're going to be receiving, if you're just using it with a SDR, you don't have to worry about transmitting into it anyhow. So it's probably fine. All right. And then in my setup, like I said, I'm using, again, I had this, I'm using an arrow antenna that I've got set up with just the 70 centimeter elements on it. And I put it on a bicycle repair stand. And I think I've got a picture of that somewhere. I'll see if I can find that. Show you guys what that looks like. And I've actually got it setting. I've got it sitting out in the driveway right now. Let's see. Am I able? We'll come back to that. We'll come back whenever we're playing with that. So that's what you need hardware wise. And this is what I'm using, right? I'm using a nooelec. You can use any flavor of SDR that you want. It's great if you have an LNA. That'll certainly help you. It's great if you have a bandpass filter that can help you out in certain circumstances, depending on what your environment may be dealing you. And of course, you need some sort of antenna. Now, again, I set up this directional antenna. I was playing earlier today, and I was using a J-pole that I have on a mast outside the house, and I was able to pull some telemetry. So it's got to be the perfect situation. You've got to have the perfect pass. It's got to be the right orientation of the satellite. All these things have to line up for that to work, but you can do it. And I was able to do that with just an antenna I already had up, and I was able to play. Now for this, I've tried to improve my situation a little bit, right? I put a better antenna out, a more purpose and more focused, purpose-driven, I guess is maybe the way to think about that. And we'll see what kind of fruit that bears. There's still no guarantee that we'll be able to get any packets when we do that later tonight anyhow. Let me see when that pass is. I think it's like 11:30 or so. And we'll see if we're still around at that point. If history serves, we will be. But yeah, so it's an 11:23 central pass. It's a 20-degree pass, and it's SO 124. So Hades R. That is the one we're going to try to pull some telemetry from. All right, so what software am I using? So as I mentioned before, I'm using SDR++. Again, this is a cross-platform SDR solution that's available on all these different platforms. Filters don't look that hard to do. That's good to know, Chris. We may have to chat. Maybe we can come up with something for the community. That'd be fun. Sounds like a good project. Something else I have been playing with is GNU Radio. And so, as I mentioned earlier, you can go down several paths when it comes to how you decode this telemetry. I went down this path because this is something I had already started tinkering with, and that's GNU Radio. I'm using a companion with GNU Radio called GR Satellite. So GR Satellite is a GNU Radio out of tree module, right? So this is primarily set up as a command line tool, but you can see all the blocks in the interface of GNU Radio. So there are blocks that you can actually pull into your flows if you want to do the graphical thing. But it's very easy to use this at the command line. And that's what we'll do whenever we get to this a little bit later. Okay. I've got a bunch of links on here. Again, I'll put all these together in the description. You have to go out and grab this at GitHub. And this was a little bit of a challenge to get installed, but we can talk through some of that as well. All right, what do we have next here? All right, here's another piece of equipment that I've got set up that I'll be using because I have it. So I have one of these SSB LNA 70s. So this is a LNA that, again, I've used in other projects. I used this in the Fram to Ham event video that I did. And so I've got a couple of videos out there. If that's something you guys are interested in, you can learn more about this LNA. Now, this is a bit more expensive, certainly, than those Lana LNAs from nooelec, but you know, these are pretty cool devices. This thing works phenomenally well. You know, it's got here you got a picture. You can see the project box that I put it in, and that was really just to kind of protect the way that I am getting power into this LNA. I've got some zip cord here, some DX Engineering zip cord soldered to the pins on this LNA to get it its 12 volt power. Now, yes, this will accept bias power, and that's something I'll try. I ordered, just because I want to see how well they work, I ordered one of these nooelecs with the bias power, and I'm curious if it pumps enough power. I don't think it will. No, I don't think it will. It won't be able to drive this, but the bias power that comes out of the 9700 will power that. But in a situation like this, you've got to supply bias power somehow, and I'm providing that through a BioNO battery that I have as part of this rigging that I created for this project. So that's what I'll be using when we do our little demo. And then we've already talked about this a little bit, right? So I've got this nooelec SDR, and then, you know, I've got that bandpass filter that I'm putting on uh, the coax before it hits that SDR. And then again, these are devices that I used in this this portable linear satellite rig, where I use the 818 as a transmit radio, and then I use this SDR on my phone as my receive radio for linear satellites. All right, let's see. Oh, hey, Dave, I didn't see you there earlier. Welcome. We got a deep topic here tonight. I think I'm putting everybody to sleep. All right. Let's see what we've got next. So how's this work? What's the process? So there's two different ways you can do that. You can do this from a high level perspective. One is kind of a multi-step process, like I mentioned before, where you have you're collecting the audio sample, and then you're doing post-processing after the fact. No, I can't keep up as all. Hey, Patrick, how are you? Good to see you out there, buddy. Well, we'll, I think this stuff makes a little more sense when you get down to the practical application. So we'll actually try to play around with some of this stuff, and it might resonate a bit more. So in this post-processing approach, you essentially receive the signal, right? So how do you do that? So you're going to tune to the downlink frequency of the satellite. And a lot of satellites will, if they're a satellite that has a voice transponder on it, they'll have a different frequency that they're using for telemetry. So make sure you're using the right frequency. How do you know which one is the right frequency? You know what? Let me connect this here. How is the satellite orbit data imported into the Yaesu rotator controller? All right. So normally, Arnie, what happens is you've got a piece of software, something like gpredict, that has those TLE elements, right? Those orbital elements loaded for each satellite in that application. And then that information is passed serially to the rotator, right? To the rotator controller. That's usually how that's happening. But I think this will be helpful here. Let me see if I can find my Android. I'm going to want to be able to pull up applications on my phone in the stream here so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Let's see, I just need to remember where that's at. It's in here somewhere. Let's see. All right. Let's see if that... It'll just take me a second to find this, guys, and then you'll be able to... You'll be able to see this. Oh, that's not what I want. Come on. All right, where are you at? Let's see. I see what the problem is. Let's fix that. Okay. All right, got it. All right. So if we look at, let's look at the ISS here. You can see that we've got frequencies for the voice transponder, right? That's this FM voice repeater. And then we have several other frequencies for different capabilities on the ISS. And they all have their own frequencies, right? Here's a telemetry one, and it's at 437,800. Hopefully you guys can see that. Okay. So you want to make sure you're set up to receive the right frequency. Okay. Let's see here. You're going to be recording the audio that comes down into the SDR as a wave file. Okay. And then there's some certain settings, right? You want to make sure it's 48 kilohertz. There's a few other settings, but you essentially receive a specific frequency. You record what's coming across on that frequency. You got to make sure that you've got the mode set appropriately in the SDR as well, right? In most cases, you're using narrowband FM for certain types. You actually use upper sideband for CW, and there are some wider bandwidth. The 9600 baud, for instance, it might have a much wider bandwidth, and you need to make sure you're capturing that entire bandwidth with the configuration of your SDR. And again, we can see what some of that stuff looks like. So after you capture the signal, you're gonna capture this audio into a wave file. And a lot of times these things don't sound like much. They sound like static. Some of them are obvious in that you're receiving something, but in others, it sounds like you're receiving static or white noise. In those cases, you receive it, you save it as a file, and then you try to decode it. You try to process it. Let's see. Oh, you have no idea, Chris. You have no idea here. Okay, so what data comes from this telemetry? All right, we can take a little detour here. It's interesting. Some of the data is kind of operational data about the status of the satellite. So you'll see things like the charge level of the battery, the performance of the solar panels, the the different power levels that each of the different components are using. So you're seeing all this kind of operational data. And at some level, it's cool, but okay, what do I do with that, right? But in other cases, and some of these new satellites are examples of this, you might be receiving pictures, photographs through AX25, right? So in some cases, you're actually going to decode pictures that the satellite's taking in space. We'll take a look at some examples. I've got a whole bunch of example files. We actually can decode those to show you guys what those look like, and you can see the kind of information you get out of them. Okay, so once you've got these signals, now you have to once you've got these files, you have to figure out how to process them. And there are so many different ways that this can be accomplished. Okay, we're going to talk about one specific way, but there are very generic tools that you can use to process the CW, for example. Right, that's some basic tools you probably already have. You already have on your machine, right? To some generic satellite tools. And what I'm calling a generic satellite tool will be like this GR satellites, which is the tool that I'm using that's based on GNU Radio. It has the capability of processing maybe hundreds, dozens at least, of satellites, telemetry, but it's like a Swiss Army knife. And then you have very specific tools. You'll have certain countries that'll build tools. A lot of times these satellites are at least somehow supported by a host country, right? Like these Japanese satellites, sure, a high school put it together, but it had to be supported by JAXA, which is a governmental agency, in order to get this thing launched, right? So a lot of times you'll have a country that will create a tool set for all of their satellites to be able to process their satellites. AMSAT did that with the Fox satellites. There's tools that are specific to all the Fox satellites. Yeah, and now you've got SatNOGS, right? SatNOGS is that deserves its own discussion right there. They're doing some really great things, which is trying to make all this much easier for folks, right? We're looking at a very kind of nuts and bolts approach, right? A very granular approach. SatNOGS, for many satellites, gives you kind of a push button approach to be able to process this data, process and submit the data to SatNOGS. They keep a database of not only the satellites themselves, but of actual received transmissions from these satellites. All right, so you've got, generic tools, generic satellite tools, and then very specific tools. Okay, and, again, I've got a note here, right, that I'm in the way, though. Basically, you have to learn each tool, right, because each one of them is kind of unique, and there's no shortcut except for SatNOGS. SatNOGS really provides the simplest approach in many regards. Okay. All right, let me get back here. All right, that's kind of the two-step process, right? Once you've got that down, you're ready to kind of level up and do real-time processing. So you can take the audio that comes out of the SDR and you can pipe it directly into a number of these tools, right? You can pipe it directly into the SatNOGS tools. You can pipe it directly into GR satellites. You can, make this a more real-time type activity. And, there's some different steps here, and I just captured them here. I'll be using some of these steps whenever we get into demo, if that's something you guys want to see. But, essentially, you're sending a UDP stream on your local machine, right? You're using essentially the local network port to send UDP from one application to another. Okay. And then, you just got to configure that in the right manner, right? You've got to have the sample rate correct. You've got to have the port right. So, some of this stuff is just kind of normal networking stuff that you might do if you're trying to, even get some of your logging applications to share information, right? Again, we're going to look specifically at SDR++, and they've got this notion of a network sync. So you have to set up kind of both sides of the connection, right? You have to set up the SDR portion, and so you're going to be piping it through this network sync. And here you can see it's got the local host, right? That's the local networking I talked about. We're going to be using a specific port. You define all that stuff. We're going to make sure the sample rates are in sync, right? Everything's got to be in sync. And then these things can actually talk to one another directly. Let's see. Yep, we'll get to the demo then. Okay, cool. All right. Now, I've got a bunch of slides here that I am just creating as notes, right? I had to, in some cases, you're able to install some of these tools out of your Linux repositories. And again, right, I've set this all up on Linux. That was just my preference. Many of these tools do have Windows. Well, all the tools that we're talking about here that I've used are cross-platform. So there are Windows versions of them where you'll just install the EXE or the MSI. But I had to actually compile GR satellites from source to address some of the failures that were revealed whenever you do a make test after compiling. So I'm just collecting a bunch of these. We won't necessarily talk about these specifically, but what I hope to do is I'm going to continue to build on this slide deck, and then I'm going to make this slide deck available to channel members through the Buy Me a Coffee site. Remember, if you're a channel member, you automatically get access to everything that's in Buy Me a Coffee. But I'm going to make that available to folks just as a resource. They are all of the tools I'm using will work in both platforms. All right. Let me move some stuff around here. And what time we got? 10:15. Going to bring over my trusty Lenovo X220. This is my oldish laptop that I just can't get rid of. I just love this keyboard so much. Such a great machine. I'm running Linux Mint on it. Let's get it pulled up here. Okay. And now let me, all right, let me find this guy. All right, let's see here. Oh, let's see. Kelly, I have an old X1 Carbon, just won't die. I've got one of those too. I'm running Pop OS on that one. It's a little bit newer than this X220, obviously. That X1 Carbon wasn't around when these things first come out, but that is a great machine to run Linux on as well. One of the great, all these Lenovo's, all these ThinkPads specifically, they run Linux so well, and things just work, right? All of the function keys, things like the camera, the trackpad, the little red dot on the screen, all of those things just work. Here, let me see. Let me add something else here just super quick. One of these days, I'll get all of these scenes built so that I don't have to do any of this stuff on the fly. One of these days. This is only like stream number 4, so I think we're still okay. There we go. Yeah, fingerprint reader, everything just works. Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. Let's see here. I ran into an issue with some propagation tools being x86 only. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe some old COBOL stuff might be similar in that fashion, believe it or not. Let's see. Jason, hey, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Gonna resurrect an old Intel MacBook. Nice. Yeah, this is kind of my ham radio project laptop. I've got, like I said, I've got that X1 Carbon that is my daily driver that's got Pop OS on it. But this one's got all my radio tools on it. All right, so let's see here. I'm curious here. Let's see. Here, I should see if I can move some of this stuff around here. Yeah, I'll move that out of the way. Yeah, see, I'll show you guys. This is, right, so this is the laptop here. So I've just got the nooelec SDR, got my little bandpass filter. Okay, we got it popped into the side. Let's go over here and start SDR++. Okay. Now there's, if you guys, if you're not familiar with SDR software, usually, and, I've played with maybe 3 or 4 different types of software. Played with this one, C#. There's another basic one that comes with Linux. What's that called? I can never remember what it's called. GQRX. So that's another basic one. I think those are the 3 I've played with most. In each case, you have to turn on the software, right? So it'll actually start receiving. So that's why you're not seeing anything happening here. Let's see. I'm just checking my frequency. Yeah, 436.888. That's the frequency that the satellite is on, that we're going to try to capture some telemetry from. But here, this little play button up here, when you hit the play button, you start to see the waterfall. Now, let's see here. There's not going to be anything out there. Let me just check. We'll see if we can find some signals out here. I don't know what that is. Something that came and went. But this is just like, any waterfall that you would see in your desktop radio. I'm just checking to see if my local repeater might have some. Oh, got something there. I don't know what that is. Just checking to see if my local repeater might have had some traffic. Now, I don't think, let me see, maybe I need to turn it on. I don't think you guys are hearing any sound coming out of the laptop. Let's see. Let's see if I can turn that on for you guys. That should come across the SRT stream. It doesn't seem like it is, though. Well, I'll turn it up if we actually see some packets or something here. Right, but this is, essentially you set up your source, right? This is, it actually recognized the, I don't know what that is. But it actually recognized the dongle, set it up appropriately. Usually you want to have direct sampling turned off. You might need to turn that on for certain frequencies, but certainly in the 70 centimeter range here, you don't have to have that turned on. You can set the gain, right? And this is crucial for you being able to hear signals, right? Even with an LNA turned on, right? This is how you make sure you're getting enough signal into the SDR. You have a bunch of options here. I'm going to just close this for now. You can close some of those so it makes it a little less busy. Yeah, we have some things just pop up, kind of some transient. What's this thing? Just some stuff coming and going. But here's where you can change your mode, right? For most of the telemetry, you're going to use this narrow FM. In some, if you're picking up CW, you're actually going to use USB. Let's see what else we need here. I almost always have this low pass filter on. Here, let me turn this up so you guys will be able to hear that. Let me see if that looks like it's getting picked up. Yeah, it looks like that's getting picked up. But if you don't have that low pass on, right, you just get that extra noise. I leave the high pass off. Okay. And then here's where you can come in and set the details for your recording. Okay. Now the good news is, right, you set this to wave. The default here, INT16 is usually what you want. You don't have to really change any of these. What you may want to do is come in here. What I typically will do is I'll come into the name and I'll go to the very end of that template and I'll put the satellite that I'm actually going to work, so I have some notation of what I've actually captured. I leave all the rest of that there because it grabs the date and the time of the recording. Okay. Now, and then when you're ready to record, you just come over here and hit this record button. Let me, some other things you can do here is you can set squelch. Okay. You can also set a step. So if you're up here in the waterfall, you can move around with your arrow keys based on that step. Yeah, I don't know what that is. It just pops up from every now and again. Let's see. Oh, syncs. This is where you would set up if you actually are going to pipe this directly into GR satellites. Okay, but we're not going to do that right now. You can also set some presets, if you will. Like here, you can see I've got one down here. That's one of the weather channels. Now, I can click on this, and you're not going to hear anything because I've got this filter on, right? So that that bandpass filter is filtering out, and you can see it's doing a pretty good job. There's nothing, it's not picking anything up there. Okay, you can type directly into, put your frequency directly in here, or you can click on the higher or lower portion of the number and adjust it that way. But if you just leave your cursor up there, you can type directly in. Okay. Let me see if there's any questions before I go any further here. Are you just outputting this to HDMI capture card? No, I'm actually pushing this over a SRT network connection. That way I don't have to use a capture card. I've been pretty happy with the performance. I mean, you can see it actually looks pretty good here on the screen. So, you know, using SRT is just another option instead of using a capture card. What about Dragon OS? That tends to have a lot of this stuff already included in the image. You know, Chris, I'm unfamiliar with Dragon OS, so I'm going to have to look that one up. Let me find my note card. Hold on. See, I get a note card of items that I need to do my homework on every stream as well. Ooh, what's that? See if you guys are able to hear that. Hopefully it's not over. What time is it? It's the bottom of the hour. You know, it might be another repeater. I know our club repeater does an announcement at the top of the hour. I think we just missed an announcement on another repeater. I think that's what that was. I don't know if you guys got a chance to hear that or not. But the point is, right, this is working. Right? I've got, again, coax coming in through this bandpass filter into this SDR. And I just wiggled it and it stopped on me. That's that can happen. But that's okay. I have had pretty good luck just pulling it out. These things also get pretty warm. I don't know if you guys have played with these, but these things tend to get kind of hot. Let's pop that back in. Hit the play button and we're back in action. Yeah, I don't know what that is. Oh, we got something over here. Can't. No idea what that is. We got something over here that looks like it's very... Oh, another kind of idiosyncratic feature of this, or function of this, is if you can change the waterfall behavior. So here you can see the waterfall is essentially staying put, and I'm moving, I'm changing the frequency. You can put it on this little reticle here, and then wherever you click, you see right here, I'm at 442,052. If I come over here to 442,600 and click, it makes that center. So a lot of times what I'll do is I'll center up on something I want to see, especially when I'm tracking a satellite. And then I'll quickly move it back over to this to this style of tracking instead. Get back over there. See, like I'm over here and I really want to center that up. So I'll just hit that button, it centers it up, and now I'm back to being able to move without the waterfall moving. I can't stand that. Whoop, this looks like something here. Somebody's chatting. Looks like there also might be a harmonic out there. Maybe somebody's got a Chinese radio they're chatting on. I don't know if you guys are able to see that. I guess I should swap over to the other view. Come on back. I think somebody announced themselves and then they went away. But you could clearly see one signal and then a space and then another signal that looked like a mirror. My guess is it was a harmonic. All right. So that is SDR++. Any questions on that? Whoop. What do we got there? We got some people maybe chatting or something. It's always interesting to kind of watch and see what pops up on the waterfall. What am I using as an antenna? So right now, Patrick, I've got this going out to a arrow antenna that just has 70 centimeter elements on it. Hey, EOD, welcome back. Oh, nice. Yeah, we've just been chatting about all kinds of stuff here. So we're taking a look at SDR++ here first. Yeah, so Patrick, it's I've got a J-pole antenna that I generally use for my local repeater work. I have essentially just disconnected that and instead plugged in an Arrow Yagi that just has the 70 centimeter elements put on it. And I've actually just got it pointing out into space somewhere right now. I've got it pointing so that a little bit later on, hopefully a satellite runs across it and we pick up some telemetry. All right. Any other questions here about SDR++? We'll take a look at GR satellites next. All right. We can come back to this if we need to. I'm going to go ahead and turn this off. And I'm just going to pop this thing out. Again, just because it gets hot. And if we're not using it, I'm just going to unplug it. I've had real good luck unplugging and replugging that thing in. All right, so let's see here. Let's get into the terminal here a little bit. And I am not super familiar with, here's what we're going to do. Well, you know what? Let's just pull it up here. Yeah, perfect. Okay. This is a really well done manual. So this is the manual for GR satellites. You've got some really good information here at the beginning. You've got some installation help here for several different types of installation. I had to work myself through the installing from source because I had some dependency issues. But I was able to work through that with just this guide and a little bit of Googling. It was not bad at all. So this is really well done. All right, let's see here. Again, this is kind of optimized as a command line tool. Okay. It does, however, have there are blocks here in GNU Radio. And this is these core. These are in-tree, meaning they are native to GNU Radio. I'm going to close those just for a second. These items here come with GR satellites as out-of-tree capabilities, right? So here you can see I've got all different types of blocks. I don't know how familiar you guys are with GNU Radio. Maybe we'll do a session on this. But GNU Radio is very cool. You can essentially build your own software-defined radio from all the components that are provided here. And they've got all different types of components. I mean, these component lists go and go and go. There's some deprecated stuff that they keep in there just for, kind of oddball items. If you want to use your RTL-SDR or your nooelec for TV, you can actually build that. You can build a receiver in GNU Radio here. So it's got all of these parts and pieces here to build a software-defined radio at a very granular level to do exactly what you want it to do. But GR Satellites then provides just a ton of additional functionality specific to being able to process telemetry from satellites. So you can go in here and you can build these things out. You can play with them. You want to build an AX25 decoder, you can actually do that here. You can frame and deframe those AX25 frames as they come in. You can grab one of these items, pull it in here, and look at the different properties. You can set these things up. And there's a lot of great tutorials on how to use this. We're not going to go too deep into this. Are those programming blocks? Yeah, that's a good way to think about it, Chris. That's a real good way to think about it. So it's kind of a drag and drop environment for signal processing, right? That's probably a good way to think about it. You can learn a lot about how your ham radio works by building a receiver or building a transceiver. You can build a fully, functional transceiver that works in software in this tool. So there is a lot of capability on the GNU Radio side. But when you're just trying to do signal processing, you can do it all from the command line, and it's pretty straightforward. And they talk a little bit about both of those here. Right? They talk about all the different blocks. There's various utilities in here. But we're going to take a look here, and I don't remember a lot of these commands, so I need a cheat sheet. But essentially, the first thing you need to do is you need to identify what satellite you're working with. So there are a ton of supported satellites that are pre-configured within GR Satellites so that you don't have to know anything about the type of telemetry that you've captured. Okay. Now you can put in some very detailed switches and work with files at a very granular level, but you don't need to do that. So here, for example, they're showing, the first variable that you pass it is which satellite. In this case, they're showing FunCube1 as the example, A073. And so that knows exactly how those telemetry packets are encapsulated. So you don't need to worry about it. You just need to know what satellite you recorded these from. Now you can use the FunCube, you can use the name, or you can use their NORAD ID. All right, so where might you get that? Well, let's see here. If we go to, let's see, we're going to go SatNOGS for FunCube. You can look up just about any satellite in the SatNOGS database. Okay, and it'll also tell you the NORAD ID. Most people aren't going to know what the satellite is by the NORAD ID. They'll generally know it by either the alternate name or the name. Okay. GR Satellites uses the name, not the alternate name. Okay, so that's something that you want to know. All right, so you identify what satellite you want to work with. Let's see here. You can specify, so each satellite is defined in a YAML file, right? So this is a text style file that has all the attributes for how to process that particular file. Okay. So when new satellites come out, they will generally provide new YAML files for those satellites. If you've got all the information and you're too antsy and you can't wait for somebody to provide that, you could actually create that YAML yourself, but you have to have all the detail around that. Let's see here, Jason. So here's an off-the-cuff question you can maybe even shelf for later. Since you're playing with an SDRs, do you have good splitter distribution amplifier recommendations for multiple SDRs? I don't. I kind of, I do it kind of the low-key way, right? I've got a, what is it, an RTL-1 or something, or an SD Play 1. That's what it is. I've got an SD Play 1. I've got this. I've ordered this version with the bias T. I really want to compare this with the LANA LNA, the bias T version of the nooelec with the LANA compared to the non-bias T version with the SSB LNA that I have. So I just went ahead and ordered those. They aren't that expensive. I think it's like $37, $38, $40, for the SDR piece itself. And I think that LNA was probably somewhere around $35. So like under $80, you get both of those. Now, the only other thing I do have in the shack is I've got an alpha delta switch that I use just for hand switching between, transceivers and whatever else I'm playing with that I might want to connect an antenna to. But I don't have anything sophisticated. You should look at the RX-888. One is a recommended. Is that an antenna switch? I don't know what that is, Chris. Yeah, antenna real estate is tough to come by, no doubt. All right, so let's see here. So this is basically how you process one of these files in that kind of two-step process. Once you've captured it and you've saved your data as a WAV file. What time is it? I need to keep an eye here just to make sure I don't want to miss this SO124 pass. It's at 11:30. Okay. But essentially, to process this, you tell it which satellite, you tell it what type of file you're processing. You can process a WAV file. You can process if you're processing an IQ file, which you can process. You can identify that here. That becomes a raw file. That's a complex file, right? So all the switches and stuff are really well documented in here. So you tell it what type of file it's going to be, and then you tell it the location of that file, and then you'll get the output, right? So let's try one here. So they ship a bunch of sample files with this. Okay, so I've got them in here. You can see all of these samples, and I've got them in GR Satellites, satellite recordings. All right. So let's try to process this Lilac Sat1 file. I'll show you how easy this is. All right, so we're going to do GR Satellites. And this is going to be a Lilac Sat1. There's a Lilac Sat2, so you have to make sure you get the right one. And I just said where it was. GR Satellites, Satellite Recordings. Is that all of it? Nope, didn't like something. All right, let's see what error I got. One of the arguments, oh, I forgot to tell it what kind of file it was. Dum-dum. All right, so that's the satellite. And let me make sure it's WAV file. And it's going to be WAV file. Okay, I still didn't get it. Okay, let's see. Can't open the WAV file, so did I? I don't think I gave it the file name, did I? I didn't. I'm dumb. All right, let's see. Lilac Sat1 wave. Ah, there we go. So this one here has kind of operational telemetry. So let's see what kind of good stuff. Here, let me, before we look at that, let me play this. Whoops. Sounds like static. That might not be picking up. Let's see, can I don't think I can. I don't know, were you guys able to hear that at all? Here, let me try this. I don't know about you, but I probably wouldn't have just picked that out of a satellite pass and said, hey, that sounds like telemetry. But this is what it was able to decode. Ton of information. A lot of this stuff doesn't mean anything to me, but I might be able to glean some stuff here. Here's something that temperature has temperature of 22. Okay. Fine sun sensor. Flywheel speed. So you can see it's just kind of detail about the satellite itself. Quite a lot of information, though, for what sounded like static. Okay, so that's one type of data you might come across. Okay, let's try another one. This one here is an image file, so it says. Let's see what it sounds like. Doesn't sound like much. What is that? Lilac Sat1 image. Okay. So that looks like the biggest part of an image that the satellite captured. Okay. Interesting. What I think is really great about GR satellites is, well, first of all, you can redirect that output if you want, right? If you want to send that output someplace specifically, you can send it to a file, whatever you want to do with the output. But the other thing it does is it will interpret what the output of the telemetry is, and it will try to make it visible, human readable, visible, whatever. It'll try to interpret that and show you what was collected. So that's pretty cool. Let's see here. So there's just tons and tons of these. The image is pretty cool. I wonder if there are other image files. We can try to see if there's any other, well, let's just do a search and see if there's any other image files. DSAT image. I wonder if, I'm not familiar with that satellite, DSAT. Now, some of these satellites in here, right, this has been around for quite some time. So some of these, it's a WAV file, so we'll leave that in there. Some of these satellites are no longer with us. I'm just going to call it DSAT. Let's see what happens. So that didn't happen. All right, let's see. There's a way that you can, let's see, supported satellites. Okay, so maybe it's BDSAT, or there's DB or BDSAT2. Is that all we got here? All right, I'm going to try BDSAT. I don't know how picky this is. BDSAT. Can't open the WAV file. That might be what I do. Did I make it? DSAT. Geez. DSAT. How about DSAT? Ah, there you go. Right, so just by trial and error, right, we figured out what the satellite was from the naming convention, and we had it process that image. So that's kind of cool. I guess that's what about 250 to 350 miles above the Earth looks like. Okay. So that's how you process a file once you have saved one. Let's see. Hey, Les. Good to see you out there. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I've been dyslexic all night here, it seems. Let me get caught up here. So no, it's a precision SDR that they use because of the timing and great oscillator. Interesting. I'll have to look that one up. Chris, you're giving me more things to look up myself. And that was RX88. 888, right? Yeah, RX888. Let's see. Ham Clock has a decent mix of satellites, but missing some current active FM birds. Gotcha. So that's EOD. That's for that's the image that they show whenever they show the kind of the orbit. Is that what you're talking about there? Hey, Cooley. I know you were around earlier. You may have taken a break. Good to see you in the chat. Hey, Andy. I know you were. Andy was first tonight. Andy was way first tonight. But I hadn't seen him chime in a while, so it's good to see you out there. All right. So we use SDR++ to capture. Plug this guy back in. So we use SDR++ to capture our recordings. Uh-oh. Just puked on me. Let's see what happened here. Uh-oh. I have started and restarted, unplugged and replugged this dongle so many times today just to make sure everything was ready for tonight's stream that I may have finally stressed it out. I may have to finally do a reboot or something. Let's see what's going on here. Ah, there we go. We're back. All right, let's see here. We're back, but I don't hear anything. Do I have the squelch on? I do. Okay. All right, let me just see if there's any other birds that are flying near where I've got the antenna aimed. Ah. So when is this IS? Ooh, this is in 4 minutes. There's an ISS pass. So let's just see if we can hear anything. We'll see if there's anybody operating on the bird. So I'm going to go ahead and center up that frequency. And let's see, what step am I on? I'm on a 1K step. I'm going to make that 500. Let's see here. I'm going to take a look. We'll see how that gain works. We're going to see if we can't just catch the ISS going by. It's in the right direction. The only question is whether or not the altitude's going to be close enough for where I've got the antenna aimed. But that'll be cool if we can pick something up. Let's see what this is. Just some noise. Okay, we got 2 minutes until the pass starts. Let's see. Let me show you guys what I'm looking at here. Where did I have that? Oh, wait, it's down here, isn't it? Yeah, it is. All right. So this is the pass. I'm facing east-ish. I've got the antenna pointing right about here, which is great. It's right about the high point of the pass. We've got 1 minute, 34 seconds to the pass. Let's see. This is a 14-degree pass. Whoop. The other pass is a 20-degree pass. That SO, here, let's just compare, right? So here's the SO 124 pass that I've got the antenna aimed. And I've got it aimed so it's right about the high point. So it's right about there. So that ought to be, who knows, we might catch it. Yeah, I really like ISS detector. No, you haven't missed it. EOD, I'm waiting on a separation kit to come in for my rotator. So let's see, we are 24 seconds away. Let me swing back over here. Those any longer. All right, let's see if we can't. Let's see, 437, 800 is the center frequency. And we're going to start 10 kilohertz above that. Right, we're accounting for Doppler. So we're going to start 10 kilohertz higher than the frequency. I'm actually going to put this back to kilohertz. Right, so we'll correct for Doppler right here on the screen. I'm going to turn this up. I'm actually going to, let me kill the squelch. Looks like that should be coming through for you guys. Turn it down just a little bit so it's not quite as annoying. We're just going to try to grab the voice here. So I'm on narrow FM, which is where we want it to be. I'm going to up the gain here. And try to adjust the waterfall so I can get maximum gain. See, there's a little something going on over here. What is that? Let me get back. See where we're at here. Okay, so this we've got a little bit of time here. Let me cut that for just a second. Show you guys what's going on. All right, so right now, this is where the satellite's at. Right, I've got the donut on the meatball there. It's just west of north. I've actually got the antenna sitting out in my driveway, so the satellite's actually behind the house right now. So I'm not expecting anything here. We're going to have to be right around in this, after midpoint of the pass is when I would expect to pick something up. Hopefully there's somebody out there working. It's getting kind of late. But there could be some operators out there. All right, so let's get some noise here. I'm going to jump over real quick and see what this is. If it's anything. Of course, I click over there and it goes away. Doesn't look to be anything. No. All right, let's get back where we need to be. Okay, so we're going to be, let's see, we should be, I'm just tracking along with the Doppler here. You know what I probably could do? Let's see if I can do this real quick. Oh. Let's see. There we go. There we go. Okay, I'm just adjusting manually for Doppler. We're about halfway through the pass. All right, so that's pretty encouraging, right? We're getting a lot of this pass. You can see here we are, we're 3/4 of the way through the pass. Yeah, we're 3/4 of the way through the pass. I've not moved the antenna, and we're still picking things up. So I feel good about our ability to pick up some telemetry here, provided telemetry is being broadcast. All right, let's see here. It's only 5% over 5% over the horizon. We're still getting something. We're yeah, we're losing it now. We're 3 degrees over the horizon. So we're pointing east. So the footprint is in Florida, South Florida. 2 degrees over the horizon. And I think that's it. We were copying up to 2 degrees over the horizon. Not even pointing at the satellite, right? So, you know, let's think about that. So I've got a directional antenna that's pointing, you know, let me swap this over again. So I've got a directional antenna that's pointing roughly here. And I was able to pick up really everything once it cleared the house, once it kind of got north. Do I have a pointer? I don't think I have a pointer. I picked it up probably right around here. Whenever I was pointed here with that LNA, right? That's the advantage you get off that LNA. That's the huge advantage you get off that LNA. Now, I don't know if you guys noticed, but I learned a little something there, which was good. So I've got the gain at 37.2 dB. When I went higher than that, I started to overload the front end. I was receiving nothing. As soon as I started to back it down, I could hear stuff again. So it seems like 37.2, I'm just writing that down for my note. 37.2 with that SSB 70 LNA seems to be the sweet spot. Okay. So that's exciting. Okay, let's see. Any questions out there? Yeah, that's ISS detector. This is ISS detector. This is what we're looking at here, 1123. So this bugger's coming up. Okay. So let me get set for this guy, because I'm hoping this is broadcasting telemetry. You can see right here, so FSK 200 telemetry, 436.888. So that's what I'm going to set, 436.888. That's my frequency. Now you see I'm over here way to the left. I'm going to center that up. Hey, what's that? I've still got 4 minutes before my pass. I don't know what that is. I want it gone, though. Get out of there. All right, so we're going to start 436.888. Turn that off for just a second. I'm going to make sure all my settings are correct. I'm sorry, I got you guys on the wrong. There we go. All right. So, yeah, I don't know what that peak is, just to the left of where I've got this thing set, right? I'm at 436.888, and I've got hella noise right there. All right. But let's get this thing ready. We've got 3 minutes here. All right, so I'm going to leave that setting right where it's at. We're going to be pulling, this all looks good. I'm not changing any of the source settings. I'm really comfortable with that gain. Let's close that so I don't even bump it. We're going to be using narrow FM. That's good. I'm going to leave it on a 1 kilohertz step. I'm not going to mess with the bandwidth at all. I mean, we were picking up that voice really good. We'll leave squelch off. I've just got the I've got the speaker muted right now. Okay, we got low pass off. I'm going to come down here. And I've already got it set. This is an SO124 pass. So that's what we're going to do. That all looks good. It's set for a WAV file. It's using integer 16, which is the sample type I want. All right, this all looks good. Okay, I'm ready. Now, we still have 1:52. Okay. Oh, here's the other thing I'm going to do. Well, let me show you this. Hopefully you guys can see this okay. Are you guys able to read the text that's on ISS detector? Are you able to see the frequency? I'm looking for an answer if you guys are able to answer that. This is what I want to draw your attention to right down here. So you can see the frequency is 436,888, right? Which is what we've got here, 436,888. Okay, good. You guys can read that. Beautiful. Now you can see that little plus 9.8 kilohertz, right? That's just that's a great reminder for us, right? We're starting this path. Satellites coming toward us, right? So Doppler tells us we need to be at a higher frequency than the center frequency. So I'm going to come up here. I'm going to put my cursor into this waterfall area, and I'm going to move higher in frequency 10 steps. Okay, just that easy. I'm now 10 kilohertz above the center frequency. And then I'll keep my eye right on that number, and I will manually shift the frequency as I need to. All right. Satellite up. I'm hitting the record button. You see down here it says recording has started. This is a 9-minute pass, so let me go ahead and turn on the sound so you guys can hear it. Now here's the tricky part, right? You have to just record this. Because as we heard in our samples, it's not obvious when you're actually receiving that telemetry sometimes. Yeah, so Les, I just use 5 kilohertz steps in the 2730 when I'm tracking with that radio. I'm being more precise here because I can. It's not that exact of a science. Of course, when you can be spot on, you're going to get a better reception. But whenever you're receiving voice and you're working that that repeater, your ear can deal with it being a little bit off. I'm sorry this is so loud. I'm just trying to. Whoop! Did you guys hear that? I'm going to step down one step. I'm hoping that was a telemetry blast. can see if you watch this little number down here, I'm now 8 kilohertz. Let me take another one down. There we go. Now I'm back on track. 7 kilohertz. 1 kilohertz is not going to make a difference. Well, you can see something in the waterfall there. I'm hoping that's telemetry. I'm hoping we're picking up telemetry. Almost sounds like voice there. Well, you know what? I think it is on the same... It is on the same frequency. That's interesting. I didn't look at that before. So here you can see the FM transceiver uses the same frequency. So we're starting to pick up voice as well. So we could hear telemetry and voice come over the same frequency here. All right, I'm going to try to add a little more gain. I'm just adjusting just the 1 kilohertz step as the app tells me to. I'm right on the center frequency now. Echo Mike 12, that's near me here.
I copy that Echo Mike 12 for KD9 EDV. What's your call again, please? Kilo India 5, Delta X-ray Yankee, Echo Mike 12. Roger, roger, we got you that time. Indian Yankee, Echo Mike 12, we got you. KD9 EDV, Echo November 70. Thank you, 73.
Okay, we're beyond halfway, but we're still picking it up.
Kilo Delta 9, Uniform Delta Victor, Echo November 70.
Boy, I hope there's some telemetry in there.
Echo Mike 64. Kilo India 5.
Come on. Come on. Show you guys where we're at. We might have just drifted out. I wouldn't be surprised if we pick something up. We might be getting some interference too. I don't know what the telemetry for this sounds like, so I'm gonna record it all. And then we'll process it and we'll see if we get anything. That's pretty funky looking in the waterfall though. Yeah, Les, I think unless you're working that bird a lot and you get a feel for it, I mean, I'm hoping we picked up some bursts. I feel like I'm probably beyond the point of no return here. Let me just see. I'm not quite perpendicular with the house, so I'm gonna let it ride here just a little bit longer. Again, I don't know exactly what that telemetry sounds like, so I'm gonna record the whole doggone thing, and then we're gonna process the file and see if there's anything there. I'm just watching the app. We are 6 degrees over the horizon. We are 9 kilohertz lower than the center frequency. I'd say that's got to be all she wrote. All right. I'm going to slide on down here. So that was 8 minutes worth of pass. There's still 59 seconds before the satellite drops below the horizon, but I think we're done. So, boom. Let's hit the stop. Let's turn off the racket, give everybody's ears a break, and let's see if we got some telemetry. Fingers crossed, fingers crossed, fingers crossed. Come on. All right. So I'm going to go out. I had those saving to this documents SDR recordings directory. And let's see. That would be this guy right here, I believe. Let's listen to it. Just trying to see if I can happen to... Where's all my talkers? I want to make sure I got the right file. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's the file. Let's see. I had another SO. Let's see. How long is this file? This is from earlier. No, this might be today's. Okay, this is the one. All right, I'm glad I checked. Okay, so I'm going to copy this file and I'm going to rename it. I want to keep the original. I don't want to lose it. I want to keep the timestamp on there. And we're just going to call this late shift pass. Okay. Now we come down here to our GR satellites. This is Hades R, if I'm not mistaken. It's the name of SO-124. Remember, it's using the name in the database, not the otherwise known as. Let's just look that up real quick. SO-124. Yeah, Hades R. Okay. And we've got this in a different directory. We've got it in documents / SDR recordings. And we called that, I think we just call it late shift, all lowercase, right? Yeah. Late shift pass. Come on, baby. Come on. Give us something. Oh, I think we got stoned. Nothing came out of that. Let's make sure. We didn't get any errors. So let's see. GR satellites, Hades-R, wave file, documents, SDR recordings. SDR recordings / late slip. Let's see. Usually if you've got something wrong in that path, it's going to puke on you. But when it comes back with nothing, that means it didn't decode anything. Dang. Let's see. Yeah. So let's make sure it sounds okay. You know, telemetry is not always... See, I was hoping that might be telemetry right there. Now, did I grab the right one? Oh, daggone it. I think I... Oh, this is the wrong file, dum-dum. This is the one I want to hear. There was something right at the beginning of this that I thought was telemetry. Now I'm trying to find the arm that is similar to the one you just got for tracking sats. Find the arm. I heard it doing that steam train impersonation, yeah. There may have been someone talking over the telemetry too. That's always, I mean, we heard that collision. Yeah, okay, so here's the right file. Well, we were definitely on the bird. We were definitely getting a good downlink. Let's, I'm curious. Let's see what, there's a lot of great information here. Let's take a look at, so you can see all the different transmitters. Okay, and this is essentially where we were, right? These are all using the same different modes, right? We're showing different modes, but they're all on the same frequency. And these all, AFSK and FSK, all use narrow band FM. So now here's one that we could have tried. If we would have put it into upper sideband, we may have had better luck. So the next pass that I do on this bird, I'm going to try it in upper sideband because there is some telemetry transmitted in USB. All right, so Hades R, try USB. You know, and some of this is trial and error, right? That's just part of the game. I didn't hear any CW. Now they're saying downlink mode CW, but generally speaking, you want to use upper sideband for capturing CW. Okay. So that's interesting. Well, here's the other great thing that you can do is you can see what the data looks like for other folks, right? So let's take a look here. Most recent observations, data frames. Why am I not seeing? I want to see the actual list of observations. Now, this is pretty cool. I don't know if you guys are aware of this. You know, here's recent TLE information. Okay. Most of us don't have to worry about this because we have apps that take care of this for us. But this, you know, if you ever needed TLE information to load into gpredict or something, gpredict actually pulls it from Celestrack. It's got a function built right into it to pull that. But this is cool. Here you can see the elements that are contained in the telemetry payload. So if you're curious what you'll get out of a particular satellite, if you go into the SatNOGS database, you can pull up that information. Okay. All right. Why am I not seeing my list of observations? There's a ton of them. What's this do? It's not what I want. Here we go. Network observations. Okay. So here we can see the different modes people are using. So here, this upper sideband, I should have looked at this beforehand, right? That's probably where we wanted to be. I want to look for, whenever you're looking at these observations, it's usually best to go down through this results column. Here we go. So FM and FM, here I'd expect that we're going to hear people talking. Okay. That looks like it's probably people talking, right? We could go to the audio. The SatNOGS program is such a cool program. They do such great work. All right, let's listen to this a little bit. I'm going to move into this kind of section over here. Okay. This is where you're going to hear voice. Be careful what you say on the satellites. Somebody's always listening. Oftentimes recording. Okay. Now, let's go to here. Let's go to one of these observations. Oh, look at that. That looks different, doesn't it? Look at that waterfall compared to the other. Big time difference. Let's see what this sounds like. Dang it. I should have looked at this beforehand. Dang it. We had a good pass. All right. Come on. Looks like this might be, you can, you know, it's hard to see in the representation down here, but you can usually tell where the data is when you see the actual waveform being compressed here. Let's see what this sounds like. Doesn't sound like a lot, does it? Let's go over here and look at this. Okay. Now, SatNOGS also has a bunch of decoders built into it. And it's, I believe what it does is it doesn't demodulate that or decode that until you select this. So I think this will, if that was good data, let's see what this says here. Oh, status is unknown. You're looking for a status of green. You're looking for, I mean, sometimes you'll see red. If it's bad, it'll actually just say bad. Let's see if we can find another one. I'm curious to see what it sounds like. Let's go. Here's a USB. That one's unknown. Yeah, I got to see that. I see that waveform. Let's see what this thing looks like. That looks like there was a voice on top of that. Let's go down here. We're going to start listening to this right here. Golf 1. So UK. Let's see. I'm looking for. I want to see something that's says good. If I'm not mistaken, there might be. Let's see. Filters. Let's see if we can. Yeah. This is what we want. Status good. All right. Let's try this one. Oh, that's not what I want. That's not what I expected. I want status good. Oh, I got to search. Dum. You guys hanging in there? All right, these should all be good frames. Let's see. Here's a USB. Let's see if this one looks like it's good. Pending. Okay. Let's go to something a little bit older then. Something not so recent. See, that says unknown. Why is it? Let's see if I can find anything that has green. I think it'll show up green in this column. Oh yeah, it will. See, here's a bad one. Bad. All right, let's see. Are there any good? Anybody getting telemetry out of this thing? Let's make sure I'm not turning something off. Not sure how those status indicators work. It's been a while since I've played with this. You'd think there'd be an easy way to just pull up the green ones. Ah, here we go. Good, with signal. So that must be what the telemetry looks like. Do a quick look at the audio. Still hanging. Good to have you out there, Rob. Good to have you out there, Ken. You guys enjoying this stuff? Would you guys like to do a session just on SatNOGS too? All right, let's see if there's any data here. Waiting for demodded data. Let me take a look and make sure we don't have something else that we're missing. Dang, I wish I would have tried USB on that. Ooh, RS-44, it's on the wrong side of the house. Dang it. Here's an ISS, wrong side. Here's another wrong side. Boy, come on. SO50. Yikes. That one's way far away. I don't think we're going to be around. Let me do one more check and make sure we don't have something here that's that RS-44 just on the wrong side of the house. That'd be a great one to do. I'd have to go out and repoint. That one's not a great pass, though. Yeah, probably not another great pass. That's okay. Hey, Rob, late to the stream. Ever done any tiny... Hey, there's Dawn. Dawn, we were talking about you earlier. You know what? I have not done that before. I was hoping you would join in. I know that's something that you've really enjoyed and you've had good luck with. And that's something I've got on my list, Dawn. I just haven't gotten there yet. What we did tonight, just to kind of get you up to speed real quick, Dawn, is we were using SDR++, and we actually captured a couple of good passes. So just to kind of set the stage here, you know what? Let me see. I think I took a couple pictures here. Yeah, let's see. Actually, I think I've got a little video that might be the thing to show you guys. Let me transfer that. All right. Hey, it's the late shift. We can do all this kind of wacky stuff, right? Okay, let's see. Okay, I'm going to transfer. I've got a file out here that I'm going to transfer from my... Actually, I'm going to try something else. This will be cool if this works. I don't know if it will or not. Let's see. Let me see. I'm going to see. I'm going to see if I can just show it through my phone like I was showing. I'm going to try to share it like I was sharing ISS detector with you guys. I don't know if that will work or not, though. But let's see. Why is it? Let's see. Trying to... Come on. All right, I'm back. Let's try this. Let me see if it's going to play. Okay, let's see if I can get audio. I'm going to be stoked if this works. Let's see here. Where is this playing? All right, it's not, but let me show you this here, Dawn. Hold on one second. So I took a little video. I was going to transfer the video, but I'm just going to show it to you on this phone. I think this will work. This will give you a good sense, okay? So here's the setup. Let's see. I dropped the link to the data from my tiny GS station. Oh, okay, cool. In Discord. Okay. All right. So Dawn, what I did here is I had an SO 124 pass that was scheduled for 11:30 or so, and I knew we should still be going by then. So I set up this antenna. It's just an arrow antenna with just the 70 centimeter elements on it. I pointed it on the path at what I thought was going to be roughly the highest point in the pass, hoping I'd be able to pick up something when the satellite moved through the pass. It actually ended up working really well. We caught the entire pass once it cleared the house to, it was like 3 degrees over the horizon, something like that. But here, let me play this here. So I've just got this set up on, is it going to play? I've just got this set up on a, it's going to be a little jerky, so it's not going to play great. Oh, there we go. Maybe it just needed to get cached up a bit. So I've got it on a bike repair stand. Okay. And then I go from the antenna. Come on. Here we go. I go from the antenna up into that box, which has an LNA in it. And then I come out of that LNA. And then I go up into the cable that goes into the shack. And then I've got a 12 amp hour BioNO, right, or 15 amp hour 12 volt BioNO there that I'm using to power that LNA because I don't have bias power on that. So that's the setup. And what we were doing is using we were using SDR++ here to record the audio. So we had this set up to record the audio, configured in what we thought was the optimal way. Where did I lose? Oh, it's down here, isn't it? Where'd that go? Yeah. So I thought I was in the right mode. So I did narrow FM. Looks like maybe I should have been an upper sideband for the telemetry on SO124, but we captured a great file. And then once we had the file captured, and this was the file right here. And we know we were receiving the
Roger, roger, we got you, K4LI, thanks, 73.
we were receiving it pretty well. We were receiving the ISS before that even better. But we're using GR satellites to process the wave file. And it processed the wave file, didn't give us any errors, but it didn't give us any telemetry either. So I think we needed to be on upper sideband instead of FM. Oh, let's see. Chris, welcome. Yeah, we've been having all kinds of fun. We're just playing a kids in a candy store. Let's see here. Yes to SatNOGS. Okay, cool. Let's see. So Dawn capturing packets all the time. Dawn, I'm curious, and maybe one of these Friday nights when you've got some time, I can have you on and you can walk us through what you do with the Tiny GS. But are you using tools provided by Tiny GS to do to process those telemetry files, or how does that work? So Don says, my station consists of a 433 megahertz Heltec V3 and a cheap 433 vertical antenna. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was actually doing pretty well on my J-pole earlier in the day, but I wanted to switch over to the Yagi and get a bit more gain and see if it didn't do a little bit better. I mean, I was certainly happy with the reception quality that we had. I think tomorrow, well, probably not tomorrow. We've got the QSO party tomorrow. But on Sunday, what I'll likely do is set up the eggnogs and see how it does, trying to capture some. So the Heltec runs the Tiny GS software. Gotcha. So is that actually processing the telemetry right on the Heltec then? And is that spitting out something that's human readable, or do you have to then process that through the Tiny GS website? I'm curious. I have to really look into that Tiny GS stuff some more. All right. So what other questions you guys have about what we've got going on here? It sounds like at least there's a little bit of interest in doing. Let me switch over here. It looks like there's at least a little bit of interest in doing some more of this type of thing. Maybe do a SatNOGS thing. We could do some other set specific stuff. I'd like to do the Tiny GS stuff as well. See how many folks we got out there. 23. We've got a few folks that are hanging out. Any topics or aspects of that you guys felt I missed? Or now keep in mind, I'm gonna keep working on this file here. I'll keep working on this and keep fleshing this out. And like I said, I'm going to make it available out for channel members. This has got John, Don, just so you're aware, we were kind of focused on getting everyone up to speed here, so folks would be able to take advantage of, there's a lot of pretty cool functionality in these new Japanese satellites that were launched this morning or deployed this morning. They've been launched a long time ago. They just deployed this morning. Let's see. Okay, so I've seen you rotate your antenna. I found the arm I was looking at right down. So I've seen you rotate. Are you talking to me, Chris, or are you... I'm not sure what you're talking about there. I found the arm I was looking at right down PCRN jack differential robot wrist. All right, let's see what that is. I don't know what you're talking about. So, well, you got me wondering now. Let's see here. But anyhow, just to get back to this, Don, we were diving into this subject here so that we could get people up to speed so they could start tinkering with these new Japanese satellites. They've got some really cool functionality in them. How are you recording QSO times during a pass while roving? All right, so what I do, EOD, is I've got a Sony recorder. I've got a little Sony voice recorder. And I know I've done this on at least a few videos. What I'll do is prior to the pass, I'll put just a little blurb at the front of that file. I'll put the date, the time of the pass, the satellite, the grid square I'm working from, kind of all the relevant details about the pass, kind of like in a header before I start the pass. And that's usually only a couple of seconds long, right? You spew that out in like 5 seconds, less than 5 seconds probably. And then what I do is I put that recorder in pause. And then I've got my ISS detector, right? When I'm roving, I'm using ISS detector, and I'm watching the countdown for when the satellite comes over the horizon. And so ISS detector also gives you some beeps. It goes, like 5 beeps. It gives you like a 5-second countdown. And on that last beep, I take the recorder off pause, and that's when the pass officially starts over the horizon. So if it's a 12:08 a.m. pass, then I'll start counting, or I'll start timing from 12:08. So then if I go in and I take a look and I see, okay, 3 minutes into the pass, I made a contact. So I take 3:08, add 3 minutes, and that's the time I use whenever I submit my log. And it's close enough. Now, those do not have to be exact. That is more than close enough to get credit for, I've never had an issue syncing up time-wise with the other operator. Let's see. What I mean is when I've seen your videos of doing sats, I've seen you turn your wrist to rotate the antenna. Yeah, so what I'm doing there, right? So I'm just turning my wrist. I'm changing the polarization of the antenna, right? If you're cross-polarized, you're going to, have a 20 dB, up to a 20 dB impact. Hey, Colin, welcome. So if the satellite is horizontal and my plane is vertical, then, I'm going to have a bad time of it. I'm not going to hear it because I'm going to be cross-polarized. 20 dB is quite a bit. Some bandpass filters are lucky to have 20 dB of isolation. So that's why I'm turning the antenna. That's why I'm rotating my wrist, is I'm listening, right? I'm listening to when I kind of have the best clarity of signal, and then boom, I'll lock in until it fades. Once it starts to fade, then I'll start searching again, right? and I'll do that until I lock in. And then, once I have clarity of signal, boom, I'll just lock in. I hope that answers your question. Yeah, Colin, we've been playing with SDR software running on a Linux machine, capturing, trying to capture telemetry data from passing satellites. So we had 2 good passes where we were able to, one of them was just kind of a trial more than anything. We captured really good voice contacts, probably 3/4 of an ISS pass with really good, so that arm I showed you would rotate like that. Okay. You're talking about something here. Let me find that. Let's see here. Okay, let's see. Let me get a browser up. And I lost my chat. Let me get my chat here. Let me move this down here. Okay, so let's see. What did you call that? It is PCRNJAK, differential robot wrist. And why wasn't I? Oh, I'm typing on the wrong keyboard. Dum. Okay. It's getting late. Let me get this out of the way. Here I am banging away on the laptop keyboard. Let me move this aside. Let me get this keyboard back. Goes to a GitHub. Gotcha. I'm just searching PC RNJAK differential robot wrist. Okay. Oh, look at this. Differential robot wrist. Due to high demand to build this awesome differential mechanism, we decided to open source it. Okay. How to make it. Cool. Let's go. Well, I don't know. If, let's go to Twitter. There's probably, is that playing? Yeah, it looks like it's playing. Okay. Yeah, so that's pretty freaking cool. I guess the question is, how do you control it? That is pretty slick. Look at that. Yeah, that would certainly address the issue. All right. Let me write this one down. You guys are filling my note card tonight. Yeah, that looks pretty cool. That definitely looks cool. I think what the challenge may be is having a command set to actually have it do what you want it to do while it's while you're sending ASL commands to a rotator. But this thing may be able to do all the rotation for something handheld, certainly. But I'm trying to think about, boy, what would be cool is if you could mash this together with Don's project. Because his big issue is you've got no way to rotate the antenna. So, yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, let's see. I know I have my Arrow 2 on a tripod with a ball head mount, which I thought would be better. Not sure now, though. Any thoughts? Yeah, I mean, I've not worked on a tripod from a tripod much. Just nothing I've really done. But I know Eric has worked an awful lot from a tripod. And if I'm not mistaken, I got the idea to use, I used to do a lot of bike riding. I used to race mountain bikes and I would train with road bikes. But so I've got I had that maintenance stand, and I think it was Eric who gave me the idea that I think he uses some sort of bike stand with some sort of, he's got something rigged up that allows him to change the polarization very easily on his rig. Go out and look at some of his videos. That would be my recommendation, Les. I think he's probably got a good solution for you. Yeah, trying to figure that out would certainly be, that would be very cool. Only sat I use is the ISS, using my X200 on my tower. Okay. I used to have an Arrow antenna years ago, but the vertical works okay. Yeah, you could certainly make a lot of contacts. I've mentioned this several times. I mean, I've got a signal stick on the roof of one of my trucks, and I've made satellite contacts whizzing down the highway at 75 mile an hour on a signal stick, which I'm sure is bent over like this, right, at 75 mile an hour. But with the right angle pass, with the conditions right, certainly here in Texas we got a lot of flat land. So hey, Andy, thanks for hanging out. You did good, buddy. It's 12:19 here, so you did real good. Appreciate you being out there. So yeah, you can get a long way, right? And you can do a pretty decent job with some telemetry too. Now, getting the ISS is a lot easier than getting some of these small CubeSats, right? Some of these small CubeSats, their transmit budget might be, 300 milliwatts, right? 250 milliwatts. So they are not putting out a lot of power, where the ISS can put out more power. Let's see, I had a SatNOGS on my tiny GS and got a lot more packets with it, but it fell over and stopped working. Probably need to go and refresh the solder joints. Yeah, I'm going to be setting up some SatNOGS stuff here too. It sounds like there's at least some interest in this, where I can share that with you guys, and it sounds like a topic that would be worthwhile for you guys. Oh, Not SatNOGS, but the hell. Oh, gotcha. The eggnogs. Yeah. Well, that's what I'm going to set that up this weekend. I want to put that on the LNA. Now I've had it on the LNA, and I've used it for reception for making contacts, voice contacts. But I've not tried to grab telemetry with it. So I want to try to grab some telemetry with it and see how it goes. Thanks. We'll check him out. It's not the tripod per se, but yeah. No, I know what you mean. It's not the tripod piece. I mean, he's got some sort of solution, less that he's using on the top of the tripod that gives him some of that flexibility. So you've not needed an LNA. You're getting weather satellites. You know, Dawn, do you have any idea what kind of transmit power do those things have? I may have a bad assumption here, but I always think of those weather satellites as being much larger than CubeSats, and I just assume they've got a bigger power budget for things like transmitting data. Okay, cool. Just wanted to make sure we were. Yeah. You bet. Yeah, certainly check him out. He did a video with TO, probably a little over a year ago, less, and I think he walked through how he how he mounts his. Okay, it's a green cube video, so look for something related to green cube. It's coming back to me a little bit now. He walked through how he mounted, I think he was using an Alaskan arrow with, just the 70 centimeter elements on it. But yeah, look, that's the one you want to look for, the one he did with TO. And it actually may be on TO's channel. So that's probably where you want to look. Certainly check out Eric's stuff too. He's a great operator, so he's got a lot of good stuff. Let's see, it's standard for satellites, and they are not all weather satellites. By the way, I am writing code to send telemetry data back to Earth. Oh, that's awesome, Dawn. Yeah, Dawn, we should definitely, we should have a powwow about that. That's cool. I didn't realize that was your current job. I don't know if you're able to talk about like what mode and stuff you're using, but that would be fun to talk about. Let's see, you could probably hack a WineGuard pathway. Yeah, I remember seeing that as well. Yeah, that guy's got a great channel. He does so many fun things. It's I really really enjoy all the content he puts out. It's good stuff. It's pretty cool that I don't know much about him, and I haven't really like looked at his channel in detail. I've just watched his videos, but I haven't like went back and I don't know how long he's been involved in satellites, but I think it's got to be a long time. I find it interesting how everyone just sends him a bunch of, really interesting parabolic antennas and just all kinds of stuff. I mean, I know he scrounges some stuff as well, but I think it's pretty cool that, people send him some of that type of thing to play with. All right. Well, let's see what else we've got here. Yeah, I'm going to check that out some more for sure. All right. What else do you guys have? Anything else that we should touch base on tonight? What else do we need to be talking about? You know what? I'll bet you. I had ordered that Atlanta LNA. It was supposed to be delivered. I ordered it off Amazon. It was supposed to be delivered today. I'll bet it was delivered tonight during the stream. Let's see if it was. Oh no, they sent the running late. Well, I don't know about you guys, but the percentage of items that don't arrive when they're supposed to from Amazon these days is ridiculous. It's downright ridiculous. And then on the other hand, you know, every now and then something I'm looking for will be on Walmart Plus, and I'll be like, I'll check it out in the afternoon. And, oh, geez, I'm sorry, Patrick. Yeah, temporarily offline here. Let me pull these folks up. Let me find. Here, let me find Eric here. Oh, goodness. Where's he at? You know, I forget his channel name sometimes. Where are you at, Eric? Oh, I know where he's at. Hold on. Hold, please. Man, I'm looking forward to a good night's sleep tonight. I can feel it. I think he's got his call sign. Yeah, he does. All right. You guys probably already found it faster than I did. I lost the chat here. Let me find you guys again. Yeah, Hamstick Eric. Yeah, that's it. Here, I've got it. There you go. So that's Eric, and then TO being temporarily offline. Let's see if I can find that real quick. Geez, I've got that. There we go. Let's see. I'm going to see if I can find that. I think it was about a year ago. Let's see. I think it was a green cube video. There it is. I don't want to sign in. This is it, though. This is the one. Yep, Nuggets of Green Cube Wisdom. That's the one. So Les is probably not with us any longer, but that's the video I was talking about. If you want to see a nice setup that is right there on a stand, and then he's got some sort of mount there that allows him to flop that 90 degrees. All right. Let me get the chat back here. Let's see. Oh, there's Les. I don't know. He may have left already. But that's the one. Oh, yeah. Thanks for the Eric link. Yeah. MOYKS YouTube channel. A lovely guy. Hey, I've seen some of his, Les, did he do a video where his daughter, his young daughter, contacted an astronaut on the ISS? Is that the same guy? That may have been 2 years ago or so. But I know exactly who you mean. I have seen some of his videos, and yeah, I've enjoyed those. Definitely. I'm just going to pull him up here again. I want to make sure I've got my head on straight. It's been one of those nights. So that was M0YKS. Oh, I want to just, yes, that is, he did, I'm trying to find it. It was a while ago. Yeah, he's got his young daughter on there a number of times. Yeah, I enjoy his channel. It's good stuff. Let's see. Did I miss anything else here? What else is happening? Yeah, correct, Colin. Eric he's out working for a living right now. Sorry, Chris. Yeah, I know. This stuff will spin you up and get you going. Let's see. By the way, Rob, my channel has a video on the Tiny GS. You know, I think I watched that, gosh, Dawn, is that from a year ago, I think, as well? N5 SKT. Let's see. I'm not on that any longer. Here, let me bring that back over. Let's see. Let's get to videos. Tiny GS, where did you go? There it is. 10 months ago, almost a year ago. Yeah, I'll have to go back and rewatch that. That's a, is there more than one video here? I can't add this to my queue. I'm not signed in here. I'm just using a in private session here. But yeah, I'll go back and watch that again, Dawn. A bit early for sleep. Only 3 o'clock for you. Nice. Nice. We're We're 12:30 here, Texas time. 12:30. We're hanging in there, though. We still have over 20 people hanging out. We got, I think maybe we had, I don't know, 35 or so at one point. I knew that this, this is a type of topic that I really enjoy. But I know it's a bit much for some folks. So it might be a little too detailed for some folks. But every now and then, that's a good thing, right? Let's see. I passed. Yep. Yeah, I remember, Don. I just woke up. I was sick this week. Yeah. I felt a little something a couple of days ago, and I was just holding my breath. I got through it, though. Got through it. 137 in Indy. Cooley's hanging in there. See, Josh dropped a video for tonight. Now he's doing a SAT video. Let's see what Josh is doing. So is this a new video from Josh? He's got something. Oh, that's nice. Looks like he's going to have Grace on. So it looks like that's tomorrow night's chat. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Grace is great. That'll be a good show. Yeah, that'll be fun. I look forward to that. Looks like she's got, here, let me pull this up so you guys can see what I'm looking at. Look at that. That's a serious tripod there. And that's a serious, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5, 6, maybe 7 element, 2 meter. Yay. Hey, satellites are, it's exciting stuff. Yeah, I hope you feel better, Don. That really sucks. Hey, Les, no problem. That's why we're here, man. No problem at all. You ask questions. I know you're still awake and that you're interested in the topic. So don't ever feel like you need to rein it in. It's good to have questions coming from the chat. Keeps it interesting. Yeah, so Grace is the one that I mentioned a couple of weeks ago who was number 73 to get the Gridmaster Award. So you have to collect 488 grids to be eligible for that award. And that's 488 confirmed grids, right? So that's all the grids in the contiguous US. And I think she said it took her about 4.5 years to do it. All right, let's see. What do you got there? Don says, look up NASA and Core Flight System. Oh, yeah, you're doing fine, Les. Yeah, my hope is that I'd see a lot of West Coast interest here. We see a few folks. But I was hoping we get some more from the West Coast. All right, so let's see. Core Flight System. Is this the one we want to look at? This Goddard Engineering and Technology? Is this the one we want? It's nice to get some VK land in here as well. Let's see. One of the clubs in my state put a high altitude balloon up every now and then. Oh, yeah, that's fun. with a crossband repeater. Nice, nice. Colin, I'm curious. Are they putting like a mobile radio in that, or do they have something lighter? Well, I'm curious what they're using for crossband repeat in that balloon. Let's see. Any of them actually, they're all the same. Oh, okay. All right. Let's see what we've got going on here. The core flight system. A platform independent, reusable software framework to expedite flight software development. Interesting. So is this what you're working with right now, Don? Never build flight software from scratch again. So that's cool. All right, let's see what this is. Core components. So what's the tech stack for this, Dawn? Let's see. Training, certifications, catalog, events. Where does it tell us what this? There's capabilities. I'm looking for the tech stack. I don't see that. Why aren't they telling us? Okay, let's see. Do you think that you can do some kind of duplexer on your handheld kit? Your normal radio for doing SAT, and then also an SDR to record the telemetry data. If it's all using the same mode, you probably can do that. So, I think more often than not, you have different frequencies. That the telemetry is on a different frequency. What it appears like with that Hades R is that it's on the same frequency, but maybe it's a different mode. So that's why I'm really curious to try USB on that sat next. So, you'd have to have a radio. Well, I'm gonna have to look at it a bit more, Chris. I'm thinking that it's either not going to be on the same frequency or it's not going to be the same mode. So doing the splitter thing isn't going to do it for you. Now, if it's on a different frequency but the same mode, you could probably just grab the IF or the IQ, grab the entire bandwidth. That would be fun to try, right? Grab the entire bandwidth, and then you can go back and just find the part of the bandwidth that you need that's got the telemetry in it. Let's see. So I'm in PNW, but actually English, although to complicate matters, I lived in Scotland for 26 years. Didn't get licensed until I came to the US, though. Gotcha. Let's see. I would have to have a look at the site. They are called Amateur Radio Experimenters Group in South Australia. Most satellites and other space entities use this. It's why telemetry is so standardized. Gotcha. Did you say what the tech stack was, Dawn? What's this stuff written in? I mean, if a lot of it can run on a Raspberry Pi, I guess depending on how big it is, it could be just about anything. It's got to be something that's compiled, I would think. Let's see, what's in the catalog? Light. Oh, okay, here we go. So this takes us right to it's all written in C. Yeah, and so I figured it would be something compiled that could get pretty small. Yeah, I can see this being a rabbit hole for sure. Nothing tricky there. Yeah, this looks interesting. See, we've got all these little discrete components that you can start to build up your solution in. That's pretty cool. Yeah, it makes sense that there is some sort of framework that everyone uses. That's pretty cool. That looks like good stuff. Don, I would imagine this is a pretty in-demand skill set too. Yep, that makes sense. Nice. Yeah, I have to poke around in this when I'm not quite so tired. That's pretty cool. All right, let me write this one down. Goddard Engineering, a core flight system. Sweet. All right, let's see. What do we got out here? Do we still have anybody out there? We got 26 people hanging out. What do you guys want to chat about? We need a fresh topic. What's going on? What are you guys working on? You guys are seeing what I'm working on. Do you guys have any good projects right now? Dawn, are you going to do any of the Texas QSO party tomorrow or Sunday? I've got so much stuff to do. I'd like to do that for just a little while at least, though. Hey, Ken, thanks for hanging out. Man, you made it to almost 1 a.m. here to Texas time. Appreciate you. And hopefully we'll see you on Sunday night. DX Commander signature. Boy, you know what? I've got 2 big projects I've got to get done. Maybe I'll do one of these. You know what? I really need to do this one first. I'm going to restring my DX Commander. My fiberglass pole snapped again, and I think it's my own fault. I run the 80 meter L element. You know, you have the option, you can run that 80 meter element where it goes up to the top and then goes over to another mast. And I think, you know, when the weather gets just right, I think the fact that that's got that anchor point at both the bottom and the top like that, even though they can whip around a lot, I think that contributed to the demise of that pole. So I'm going to put it up again. I'm going to restring it though. I'm going to cut all new elements for it, measure it out, and kind of restring it from scratch. But I'm not going to put the 80 meter element on it again. Cooley, so you're doing a hex beam. Nice. So it's a hex beam build. So I'd be curious to learn about that. Is this some sort of kit? There you go. A few Henderson County points. Dawn, what kind of antenna are you going to be running? Are you going to, I mean, you know, all the Texas stations are trying to get those other Texas stations. So you got some sort of 40 meter NVIS type setup there. No new projects for less, but a question. Do you ever transmit to SATs via an SDR? I want to do SSB sometime, but can't afford a 9700. So these little guys here are receive only. Okay. So that's a problem. The HackRF though, you can transmit with the HackRF. I don't think that has much wattage. I mean, that might be like a 1 watt. Maybe it's more than that. I'm curious. The HackRF would certainly do it. You could do it through that. HackRF is probably, I don't know, $400. Let's see. VHQ hex beam. Oh. I thought that came with everything you need. All right. I need to learn some more about that, Cooley. I thought, or maybe you just bought the antenna, obviously without the mast. You want to provide your own mast. Maybe it's a cheaper way to go. Yeah, Chris Bricker said you got to have a HackRF. That's what I think too. Dawn's having an issue with his hex beam. I have a short somewhere. Huh. What was Chris's? Do you find that you need to rotate your system? The other mast rotated on the main mast. I'm not sure who he's talking to there. How does the sun affect the DX Commander mast? You know what? I've not had an issue with the sun, I don't believe. I mean, who knows? I've had 2 masts fail. One of them failed in a beast of a winter storm, though. So I give that one a pass. I probably should have taken it down. I had enough. I had enough notice. I could have taken it down, but I hadn't had it that long. I had it less than a year at that point, and I was curious. I just wanted to see how it would do. It snapped, but it was, like I said, it was I count that one as my fault. The second mast I had up for probably 2 years before it failed, and like I said, I believe it failed because of that 80-meter element on it. And we have serious sun here in Texas, so I don't think I've had an issue with the sun. Let's see. Oh, you don't think it's $400? We'll see here. We'll see. Well, we'll see if Adafruit has it. $339. So I may have last saw it on Amazon. It's probably higher on Amazon. Because you're going to get you'll get the shipping. Yeah, $349. Yeah, so but that'll transmit. Let's see, what's the output on this thing? Let's see. Boy, I'm not seeing it. Do you guys see it? Where's the power? I don't see a... You want the new one with the USB-C. Do you know what the output power is on that, Chris? You seem to be a bit more familiar with it. 5 years in the Texas sun, no issues. Yeah, I don't think there's any sun issues. That would be interesting to see the plot on that. Yeah, does the L point in a certain direction? I didn't use 80 meters that frequently. But I would make some RTL contacts on it whenever I was doing RTL testing. But I certainly didn't get the use out of it that I thought I might. Yeah, Dawn, mine snapped. I had it guide and it snapped above the guy point. Just get the H4M. 50 milliamp. I saw that on there. I thought it was something else. Software controlled antenna port power, 50. Yeah, I guess that's it. 50 milliamp at 3.3 volts. Not a lot of power out. Yeah, so not a lot of power. I mean, your best bet is probably if you can find, Kenwood used to make, I'm sure all the manufacturers did, but it seems like in the 80s, certainly Kenwood had a bunch of single frequency transceivers that were SSB. ICOM had a cool set of them too. They were kind of like the bookshelf set. I can't remember what that model was, but it had several small vertically stacked radios, and you put them together and they look like a bookshelf or books on a shelf. Let's see. What were those things called? If you guys know what they were, let me know. Here they are. Yeah, the bookshelf VHF transceiver. And they had a 2-meter one, they had a 70 centimeter one, 6 meter. Yeah, here you go. Look at all these. So you had your 70 centimeter, your 2 meter, and your 6 meter, and they were capable of SSB. Man, I tell you, I kicked myself after I didn't buy it. There was a guy at Belton last year in the fall, which that'll be coming up before we know it. But he had 2 meter, 70 centimeter, and a 6 meter. One of these that he was selling out in the boneyard. And I think he wanted like $600 for all of them. Let's see, the 202. Want a better picture. Here we go. Oh yeah, let's get this rig pics. Look at that beast. I mean, is that thing just so cool? I mean, come on. That thing is so cool. When did this thing come out? 76. I mean, look at that thing. You got a little meter up there. RIT. Look at that. 144 megahertz SSB transceiver IC202. Dang, I should have bought those. Those are just cool. Too cool. Oh, here's one that's lit up. Yeah, show us that. Oh, look at that. That is awesome. Look at this. It's got a little telescoping antenna up here. Let's see. I want some other pictures of it. I want to see what the back of it is. I don't remember what it looks like. There's your mic port. Does anything show the back? Oh, here's one straight on. Oh, look at that. There's the trio. Oh, look at that. I know I'm probably a weirdo, but I think that is just cool as get out right there. Look at that. Boom, boom, boom. That is cool. Yeah, you probably can't get them without the cigarette smell. Yep. The Hermes light. Yeah, there you go. I think he was trying to. What does a Hermes light go for, Don? I think, he was certainly trying to stay out of 9700 money. Yep. Yep, that's certainly the case, Les. I think if somebody could come out with something that was reasonable, I think it would fly off the shelf. Right? This 9700 keeps getting more expensive. I don't know if you guys have looked at them lately. But I think that thing is, I think it's, geez, maybe $400 more than it was when it first came out. DX Engineer, it's over $2,000, almost $2,100. You can find a used one maybe, but here, let's see what Gigaparts has them for. Yeah, look at that, $2,100. I mean, that thing is getting more expensive instead of less expensive. See what HRO has it for. These prices usually are, yeah, ICOM, they're pretty tight on their pricing. That's bananas. That thing's, you know, let's see. See, how much was the 9700 when it first... Oh, they're saying it was around 2100. I remember seeing it like around 1700. Oh, let's see. Hey, good to have you, Nightcry. Yeah, we're just hanging. Yeah, I went the whole set. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I've kicked myself for not buying those last year. Yeah, a hole in the market that could be exploited for sure. Yeah, 1700. I know it was 1700. It was right around there. I mean, I got mine, you know, I think it was 1300 when I got mine. I got it out of the back of a Honda in a Starbucks parking lot. It doesn't have 220 and the GPS. Yeah, the GPS-DO requires a third-party input. Yep. So you're thinking a better deal is to get the 6600. Yeah, I mean, again, right? He's looking for a cheaper solution, not a more expensive solution. You're not going to have $2,000 in that solution. Cooley, you're back. How old are those? Those are from the 70s. 1976, I think, is what it said. Those things are just so cool. So cool. Hey, what's that thing? This looks like it may have been paired with it. What is that? Speaker? What is this? With a power supply and amp. Look at that. So you could get that thing with it as well. Huh. Can I blow that up? I can't blow that up. $3 watts. That's why I think that's why I didn't buy it. It was 3 watts. I think that's what turned me off on it. At the minute, I was standing there looking at them saying, should I or shouldn't I? Oh, I didn't know it could run on D cells. How fun is that? Ooh, you can get a 10-watt amplifier. Oh, it's got an SO239, or you can use the whip. Yeah, I'll be on the look for those again. If I see those again, I'll probably have to grab them. Even if they're not working, I'll grab them and put them in the office. That's just, those things are so cool. Love that picture. Let's see. Yeah, power supply. 6600 plus transvert. So 6600. What's a 6600 go for these days? And what transverters are you thinking about, Dawn? Are you thinking? I don't see how you're. Yeah, sure, it'll get you under. So you think you can? I don't think you can get all that for $3,200, $3,300. Nine internal D cells. I know. All of a sudden, that thing got real heavy, right? Yeah, weight to power ratio is out of whack for sure. You guys remember those? Those, who made that battery or that flashlight? You could get the one. I think it had maybe 8 D cells in it. Yeah, the Q5 trans. Oh, well, yeah, people are dumping. Well, I don't know that people are dumping them, are they? I mean, maybe they are. I expected most people would trade them in, right? Because they're probably going for the newer radios. Yeah, the mag light. There you go. Yeah, I guess I was thinking of the Q5 that has everything built into it. Right, they have that one that's, and that multi-band one, that sucker's expensive. What? Are you kidding me? All right, let's see if they have them here. So you're really telling me that these guys, I'm curious now. Don't support a secure connection. So let's see, what's the deal? Does not have a certificate. Really, they're just running HTTP. In this day and age, you're kidding me. Dum-dums. Dum-dums. I don't go to sites that aren't, don't have TLS turned on. The trade-ins go for sale at Flex, sure, but Flex isn't giving those things away. I'm curious. Now you got me curious, Dawn. It's not in Flex's nature to make these things economical. All right, let's see. Where do we get to their used stuff? There we go. Yeah, see, they still want $3,000 for those things. So, right, they still want $3,300 for those. And then you're going to have another $800 in transverters. Yeah, another 900, almost another $1,000, right? Tack on tax. Trade-ins go on sale. Yeah, but they don't give them away. I mean, they certainly. Yeah, I used to keep one. I used to keep one of those flashlights right along the floor, right next, just right there by the door sill. The other thing you got to do then is you got to get your cables and everything else. So I don't think it's a cheaper solution. It's probably a better solution. I'm not going to say it's not a better solution, but I don't think it's a cheaper solution. Yeah, what would be interesting is what flex gives you for your 6600 on a trade. I've got a 6600 right here. I'm happy with it. I don't have any desire to upgrade. Sure. Yeah. Yep. It's easier to add to some radios than others, though. All righty. What else do we got? I'm about ready to hit the wall, I think. Let's see. We covered all the cool radios. Where'd that thing go? Come on. Well, that link didn't work. Oh, looky there. Located in Japan. You got here some M2. I don't know what those are. Here's another 202 in Japan. This probably has some good pictures. Let's see. Yeah, so $600. That would have probably been a fair price. Ah, I want to see the back of it. Nobody shows you the back of it. Must not be much to see there. Let me check the other one real quick. Maybe it's got better pictures. Looks like the same pictures. The same listing. Totomo. Probably two guys in the same shop listing it. 272 or 212. Look like the same pictures. Got the box. Boy, I bet you that thing's full of silverfish and smells like smoke too. Yeah, I was trying to see, it mentioned there being an SO 239, but I don't know where that would be. I assumed it would be in the back, but I mean, it'd have to be in the back. It's not on the sides. Yeah. All righty. Well, gang, I think I'm going to go ahead and shut her down for tonight. What do we got here? We got 20 people still hanging out. That is awesome. Let's see. Any final topics before we call this meeting to a close? On the back, on the top. You know, that looked like a Chris, that looks like a I thought, now that I see it, I'm not so sure. I thought it looked like a capture for the mic, but in looking at the mic, it looks like it just had a, I mean, that maybe is what it is. Doesn't look like a SO239 though. Let's see what this one tells us. I wonder if that swings. I wonder if that's like a pivot point in this part here swings and it's recessed. This one looks like it might be missing the telescopic antenna too. Let's see what this one looks like. Oh, maybe not. Maybe I thought it had more of a button on the top. I'm not sure though, but that looks like it might be like a swivel or something there with a recessed port. Interesting. All right, Cooley73, buddy. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you guys. It's a lot of fun tonight. Let's see. Getting up at 5 a.m. Oh, good luck with that. Hey, for all you guys that are doing QSO parties, good luck tomorrow. Have a good time. Appreciate you guys hanging out so long. And yeah, we'll definitely do some more telemetry stuff. So I'm going to be playing some more, and we'll put together some information around SatNOGS and get that out so everybody can start playing with that as well. So have a great weekend, gang. Appreciate you guys. And we'll see you next time. 7-3.